Hey guys, tonight we slip into the soot-stained boots of a Victorian chimney sweep, that narrow world between ash and twilight. Your shoulders scrape against brick, your lungs thick with 9 hours of burnt London air, a reality check, though this gig claimed 1 in 4 apprentices before 18. You probably won't survive this. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment too. Where are you right now? And what's the local time there? Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Final scrape of brick echoes, your knees raw beneath patched trousers. Basket slung heavy, coal dust jewels clinking inside like shards of midnight. You think of Charles Dickens's sketchbook, how he called sweeps dim specks against the sky, unseen as roof rats. Historians still argue whether those boys faced higher rates of lung rot from soot, or if malnutrition took them first. Distant church bells mark time, thin sound slicing through factory smoke. St. Dunstan's strikes 6 echoes off the brewery walls, swallowed by the river's grumble. You remember the irony, kids scrubbing chimney flues, but carved saints watching clean from spires above. Leather straps bite your collarbones, your load heavier with each downward shuffle. Elbows bump plaster, flakes of lime sticking to wet sweat. Quirk for you, Georgian sweeps carried guinea pigs up chimneys, live doorbells for trapped apprentices. Swap out twitchy animals for coins, though just 17 today, all copper, no silver. Soot coats your tongue bitter tang, mixing with blood from split lips. Reaching the hearth feels like salvation, your palms flat on cold slate, hoisting yourself out. The mistress's parlor glows, gold-framed mirrors mocking your blackened face. You escape through the scullery, basket clutched like stolen treasure. Street air hits sharp carriages, rattling over slick cobbles, horses snorting steam. Lanterns flicker on each one, a dim lighthouse guiding you east. Slipping into the alley, you dump clinkers into your master's cart, iron wheels crusted with rust. A chuckle escapes, knowing the master's secret. Half this coal gets resold on the side. Bakers, brothels, doesn't matter, none of those coppers reach your pocket. Boots squelch homeward, each step softer, as dew rises from the stones. You pass a rag cart, its driver hawking nightingale floor wipes for pennies. Historians love documenting this unofficial economy of patchwork and grime, hustles beneath the empire's gold. Your hands clench, calluses catching on wool mittens, knots unraveling at the seams. Through a gap in the tannery wall, you glimpse the Thames, its surface greasy with dockyard runoff. Barges drift like hearses, loading spice, loading secrets, loading all things your lungs cannot afford. 3 boys dart past, their caps pulled low, too fast for the scent of turpentine. You smell the match factory on them, brimstone and wasted youth. They're singing, off-key, about rats in the bread flour. Your turn left away from that tune toward your sagging door with the rotten step. At the corner, an old woman sells withered apples, her chin trembling as she watches your shadow. Fringe fact: some sweeps believed fruit skins warded off chimney cough. Pure nonsense. But you toss her a copper anyway, one less for your rent. But guilt weighs heavier tonight. Your basket sways, coal dust settling into your scalp like gritty snow. Your back hums old ache from bending 12 hours. Inside, flue's barely 2 bricks wide. Modern trivia: Queen Victoria's chimneys measured 18 by 14 inches, bigger than most. Still death traps fitted with child ribs and fear. Home now, its crooked chimney silhouetted against amber sky. Blackened fingers fumble with the latch, cold iron biting your palm. Teeth chatter, unwelcome reminder you still owe the coal merchant for last month's mittens. Stepping inside, the darkness wraps you, a blanket of quiet, the first kindness all day. You tread streets slick, with evening dew each step softer than the last. Blackened boots meet worn stones, centuries of footsteps ground into grooves. Only debt and duty carve. Gas lamps bloom like weary fireflies ahead, their whale oil glow, pushing back the violet-edged dusk. You recall gas lighting emerged in London around 1807, though some say Parisians elbowed in first. Historians still argue whether lamplighters sang songs as they worked, or just cursed the 30-foot wick poles. Your shadow stretches long, a soot-stained giant rippling over rain-pocked puddles. You avoid them, sidestepping like a nobleman avoiding creditors. No quick way home when every stone remembers your weight, every alley whispers where you don't belong. The smell of coal clings to wool sleeves, a bitter perfume no silk merchant would bottle. 17 paces past the chandler's shop, your nose wrinkles at the scent of rotting lilies, leftovers dumped for night soil collectors. Some midnight gardens thrive on chamber pot nectar, primroses blooming fat from yesterday's breakfast. A carriage rattles by, horses steaming in the cooling air. You press against damp brick, letting its chill bite through thin clothing. Iron-rimmed wheels spray gutter water, your reflexes honed by dodging worse things than mud. Laughter floats from an upper window, a servant girl shaking breadcrumbs into twilight. Sparrows descend, feathers ruffled as chimney brushes. Funny how birds flock where crumbs fall, but people avoid where soot drifts. Your basket knocks against your hip, empty now, but weight lingers like phantom limbs. You pass the ironmonger, shutters bolted tight, yet hearing the ghost hammer of daytime trade. In early factories, hands lost fingers to press machines, their stumps wrapped in prayer and pigskin. Owners called it progress, paid 2 fewer coppers per maimed soul. Dew deepens, seeping through boot seams, the kind of damp that glues socks to blisters. You imagine sinking into a copper tub, steam uncurling like a contented cat. Reality offers a cracked basin and yesterday's pump water, but dreams cost nothing. Facades blur each townhouse, door identical. Yet you know yours by the split oak grain, The third hinge loose as a drunkard's promise. A cat yowls ragdoll body darting across your path, eyes reflecting gas lamp gold. Superstition says black cats bring luck to sweeps, something about shared darkness. You toss it a grease-stained speck of cheese, salvaged from lunch. The creature sniffs, then dissolves into shadows, as all gods of small mercies do. Windows glow warm ahead, amber squares promising hearths and full bellies. You smell mutton stew, the scent twisting your own hollow stomach. Behind those walls, maids scrape plates into slop buckets, never considering who'd treasure their scraps. 5 years back, a butcher's wife slipped you sausage ends under her apron until typhoid took her kindness underground. Street slants upward, your breath coming harder, the coal dust in your lungs thick as tar. Doctors once believed soot strengthened the lungs, prescribed chimney excursions for weak-chested children. Half your childhood friends now cough ruby red petals into handkerchiefs. Survivorship clings to ribs sharper than hunger. Moon breaches chimney pots, frosting rooftops in liquid silver. City starlight fights through smoke, a distant cousin to true night. You count steps to drown out your growling stomach. 56, 57, 60. Cobbles end where the poor quarter begins its streets paved with broken promises and oyster shells. Nearly home, the gas lamp outside your building flickers, jumping like a guilty conscience. A boy once sold you stolen candles here, claiming they burned brighter for being sinful. You're down to stubs and tallow scraps. Now, dreams measured in inch-long wax. Keys jingle in your pocket, one iron, one brass. The third, bent from forcing stubborn locks. Historians will debate whether slum dwellers hid wealth under floorboards or in piss pots. You know the truth. Tonight's treasure waits. 3 boiled sweets in twist paper, bought with the coin meant for new socks. Your little rebellion, sugar, melting on a calloused tongue, ash, and caramel twined like lovers. A door slams. You jump, heart thudding like a first-time thief's. No one here, just the wind wrestling a loose latch. Your laugh sounds foreign, a ragged thing startled from hiding. Slowly, boots climb slippery steps toward a room where silence costs nothing. Hoarse laughter spills from the tavern door, a drunkard's bellow, snagging your sleeve. You quicken your pace, the warmth pooling on the threshold, not meant for soot-stained skin. 3 fiddles screech inside, a tune about a sailor's sweetheart lost to a lobster pot. Blue laws once fined taverns for such rowdy songs after 11. Not that magistrates patrol these streets. A man lurches out, stumbling into your path, breath reeking of gin and regret. Oi, Blackfoot. He slurs, pointing at your coal-caked boots. Lost your monkey, did ya? You sidestep, silent, knowing jokes about sweeps, owning chimney apes died 30 years back. Historians still argue whether those poor creatures actually scraped flues or just danced for pennies. The tavern's golden light bleeds onto cobblestones, puddles turned to liquid topaz. Your eyes sting at the scent of roasting chestnuts, their vendor long gone home. Inside, glass clinks, boots stomp, voices rise in a toast to cheap wives and expensive beer. Some say tavern regulars rubbed lemon rinds on their tankards, believing citrus warded off curses. A gust flings the door wider, spilling another wave of heat and harmony. You glimpse a barmaid balancing 9 foaming steins, her apron stained like a battlefield map. 18th century pubs employed drawer girls to haul ale, their wages paid in pinches and pin money. She catches your stare, smile vanishing when she notes your soot-masked face. You walk faster, boots scuffing stones worn smooth by better-heeled patrons. A drunk's abandoned hat blocks your path, its brim curled like a dead flower. You kick it aside, its felt whispering secrets no sober mind would credit. Someone inside bawls a line about true love and false teeth, laughter erupting like cannon fire. You hum the melody, 3 notes, then clamp your lips. Joining would risk inviting a tankard or a fist your way. A gang of apprentices once set your basket ablaze for singing off-key, their idea of carnival fun. A carriage horse snorts nearby, watching you pass with eyes black as chimney pits. You toss it your last oat nugget, stolen from a dray mare's feed bag this morning. The beast crunches, blinking slow, your shared theft, a quiet pact. Mud thickens beneath your soles, dampness seeping through worn leather. You recall Roman roads had proper drainage, their stones laid over crushed oyster shells. These streets flood with every drizzle, sewage swirling around your ankles like a witch's brew. The drunkard's song follows, a wobbling tenor now gargling the chorus. Lyrics blur, heart rhymed with fart vowels dissolving into hiccups. Tavern scholars debate whether pickle brine or raw egg best prevents next day regrets. Both remedies smell worse than remorse. You reach the alley's mouth, leaving the tavern's clamor behind, its glow shrinking like a dying ember. Shadows swallow you, your breath fogging the air in quick silver puffs. A stray verse floats after, here's to lice and love and loosened stays, punctuated by a crashing pewter mug. 3 rooftops away now, but their merriment still gnaws at your ribs. Someone once told you sweeps couldn't get drunk, soot in the blood soaking up spirits. That lie cost you 2 days' wages and a spinning headache. Your fingers brush the brick wall, gritty mortar catching under split nails. Saint Monday's excuse won't save workers who stagger into Tuesday's shift. Masters strap ready for stragglers. A church bell groans, 10 solemn strokes, though your gut swears it's nearer midnight. You picture the priest winding the clock, fingers thick from counting collection plate coppers. Some claim church bells rang backwards during the Black Death to frighten off plague demons. Steps echo from a side lane, boots tapping hurried staccato. You freeze back, pressing into damp mortar until the footfalls fade toward brighter streets. The tavern's din has dulled to a murmur, a drunk sobbing into his ale, probably. Your pace slows, cheese rind forgotten in your pocket curling like old parchment. That baker's widow used to slip you day-old rolls, her knuckles brushing yours, soft as moth wings. Typhoid took her kindness last spring. Now only the pricey shop sells loaves. Cold seeps deeper your scarf stiff with soot and night damp. Chimney drafts never bite this cruel, at least fire lives in those black throats. Moonlight stripes the alley, pale bars across sludge and discarded oyster shells. Pubs discard their shells here, middens piled high enough to break a thief's neck. You crush one under heel, the pop echoing like a tiny bone snapping. A cat hisses from a rain barrel, hackles raised at your shadow. Not the same one you fed cheese, this scrawny thing's tail kinked like a broken pump handle. You murmur the three-note tune harmless, but it flees, a streak of mangy gray. 2 streets from home now, the taverns glow a memory. Your stomach growls, betrayed by the mutton scent, still haunting your coat. Drops of stew, likely congealing on some gentleman's waistcoat, pearls of fat winking under candlelight. Keys jab your thigh through thinning wool, 3 cold teeth waiting for their lock. Fleeting wish for a door that opens without groaning, for hinges oiled by hope rather than necessity. Laughter erupts again, distant now, a woman's shriek slicing through basso chuckles. You imagine her crimson dress, silk whispering secrets your coarse cloth never learned. Silk was taxed 11 pence per yard under George III, smuggled in coffins, but still costly. Your boothiel skids on wet cobbles, arm swinging wide for balance. A dancer's stumble gone graceless. That apprentice gang would have howled, throwing turnip chunks at your flailing limbs. Quiet returns, night air thick with chimney smoke and river rot. Fog weaves through eaves, icy fingers testing your collar's frayed edge. Home's crooked outline appears, door hunched under the weight of peeling paint. No candles burn in your window, no fire licks the grate, just a cold weight. From the tavern's distant throat, one final roar, a toast to wives and mistresses. May they never meet. Glass shatters, cheers rise, the world briefly golden for those who can pay. You turn the corner, the noise cut off, as if a door slammed shut, or a cork shoved in a bottle. Silence floods back, a cold creak rinsing away the tavern's sticky warmth. 2 stairs creak underfoot, the third, still missing its tongue. Your hand fishes for keys, already knowing which iron tooth will bite the lock first. Far off, the drunk starts another song, voice cracking on a high note. You hum the matching pitch, low, a counter melody only rats and shadows might hear. Your key scrapes metal, the tumbler turning like a grudging heart. A sip of stolen gin waits inside, behind the chipped teacup, your secret altar to forgetting. The tavern's din fades, a beast returning to its den. As you slip into deeper dark, crusted fingers hover near the sill, just shy of touching the wrapped loaf. Steam paints ghostly patterns in the cold air, vanishing like the gratitude you can't voice. Every syllable from section 3 must be gone replaced. Bread warmth bleeds through rag cloth, your hand recoiling, as if burned by kindness. Yeast and burnt crust sing a hymn sweeter than any tavern tune. You glance down the alley, too quiet, as if the night holds its breath. Victorian law-fined bakers for underweight loaves, 12 ounces short, meant prison time. No such risk here. This burden stretches long as a beggar's hope. Historians still argue whether these midnight gifts were charity or just clever rodent bait. The loaf shifts, settling deeper into its linen shroud, a dowager nestling into cushions. 3 wrinkles cross the fabric, a geography of hasty hands and dawn fatigue. You cup its heat, letting it thaw knuckles gnawed raw by brick. A sugar mouse falls from the bundle, waxy ears bent, icing eyes gleaming. Bakers once crafted these as love tokens, sweet secrets passed to favored suitors. No sweetheart waits for you, just hunger, so the mouse vanishes into your pocket. Flour dusts the sill like first snow, each mote a tiny rebellion against grime. You press one palm there, leaving a sooty handprint beside a pristine smudge. Proof 2 workers passed this way, only one blessed with dawn's rest. The bread crackles when squeezed, crisp armor guarding, soft secrets inside. Roman legions marched on loaves like this, 4,000 baked each morning. Your teeth ache to tear the crust, to flood your mouth with stolen solace. Moonlight glides along the alley, curving around the bread's plump belly. Fog weaves between barrels, blurring your shadow into something less human. Step back, lurch, fight the thieving impulse, warring with plain survival. Someone sighs inside, floorboards groaning under familiar weight, a rolling pin's dull thud. 8 generations needed dough here, since great fire ash still clung to London's skin. You wonder how many souls touched this same window ledge, palms greased with desperation or grace. The door creaks, your spine tightens, ready to run or plead innocence. But no, only a cat slips through tail high, ignoring your frozen guilt. It pauses to lick buttery paws, then dissolves into mist and milk crate shadows. Wind riffles the linen shroud, a corner lifting like a beckoning finger. Steam twists upward, forming shapes too close to praying hands. You count 7 heartbeats, lungfuls of cold, before peeling back the cloth. Golden crust winks under moonlight, a smuggled sunrise in this grimy lane. Bakers learned in Tudor times to slash crosshatch patterns, letting demons escape dough. You trace the cuts, rough valleys, echoing your own chapped skin. 2 pigeons land nearby, cooing at crumbs invisible to mortal eyes. Fowl once sparked riots when flour prices doubled in a month. Their coos turned curses. The birds eye your prize, tilting heads, judges in feathered wigs. Bread tears easier than expected, a cloud of flower bloom kissing your chin. First bite floods your mouth, dough still humming with oven song, salt and sweet at war. Cheeks burn, oil seeping into parched cracks, redemption baked at 400 degrees. A rat watches from a drain pipe, nose twitching, too plump to fear your kick. Red bread once warned hungry peasants of ergot poison. Their salvation died with beet juice. This crumb you toss is pale, your version of mercy or shared damnation. 3 more bites vanish, stomach's howl softening into a kitten's purr. You rewrap the loaf, knotting linen tight against scavengers and conscience. Some claim guild bakers marked charity bread with hidden sigils, their way to shame the proud. Rain arrives, threading silver needles through the bakery's sagging awning. You duck under rotting wood, shoulder pressed to lime-washed brick. 18th century bakers added chalk to flour, stretching profits, costing teeth and trust. Through the warped window, you spy baskets stacked like pagan offerings. One brims with crusts too dark for paying customers, destined for soup pots or pigs. Your fingertips itch to rifle through, but pride bars the way tonight. A candle sputters, beckoning your reflection, smeared soot over hollow eyes. Bakers signed contracts swearing never to bake on Sundays, yet their ovens never cool. You mimic kneading dough, worn fingers curling around absent comfort. Raindrops crawl down your neck sharp as cobwebs dipped in ice. The loaf pressed to your chest radiates warmth, a hearth small as hope. Historians still argue whether guilds secretly fed revolutionaries or just feared torched bakeries. Footsteps approach, heavy boots splashing puddles, a constable's weary trudge. You press deeper into shadow, letting night swallow your form and fragrance. His lantern sweeps the alley, snags on your forgotten handprint, then drifts away. Key turns in the bakery door, your cue to melt into the dark. Last glance back, the window empty now, steam ghosts chasing your shadow. Night reclaims the sill, its daily miracle spent waiting for dawn's fresh sacrifice. You turn the corner, linen bundle hidden beneath your coat, its weight a kind anchor. Wind snatches flour from your sleeve, scattering white stars into greedy shadows. The taste lingers, a crumb stuck to your lip, sweet as absolution. Rain murmurs against rooftops, each droplet chasing the next toward gutters. Your boots find rhythm, no longer dragging, each step lighter than the last. Even hunger respects a truce when bread sings its buttery lullabies. The alley shrinks behind you, a stone throat choking on its own silence. Moonlight gilds wet cobbles, fleeting gold, paving your path home. You hum that tavern tune again, louder now, knowing no one hears. Sugar mouse rustles in your pocket, a tiny heart beating against your thigh. Down the lane, a child's laugh, dream-bound, perhaps smelling phantom loaves. Your fingers brush the bread's rough linen once more before night swallows promise whole. Fingers brush warm loaves left on the sill, a sentence start. 3 streets away, a church bell stutters midnight's broken anthem. Fog thickens, swallowing lantern glows, rapping your knuckles against memory's door. Soot stains your collar, the baker's flour dusts your cuffs, 2 worlds pressed together. That last bite dissolves on your tongue, a communion cracker for the faithless. Bread settles in your stomach, a glowing coal where cold once ruled. Wind carries baking smells from other windows, other lives, their warmth barred to you. Pigeons return, wings clattering, hoping for crumbs already lost to appetite. You scatter a pinch your tithe to these feathery priests of pavement. Their heads bob quick blessings before scattering into the rain's gray veil. Home's crooked outline waits, a slumped sentinel at lane's dead end. Keys press through fabric iron teeth, eager for familiar locks. Rain slicks your hair, tracing soot rivers down your neck, cool as a new-fired blade. Bread shifts under your coat, its heat fading butter, stiffening to wax. A sigh escapes you, a sound almost too soft for midnight ears, then swallowed by dark. River mist coils around your ankles, its chill creeping through threadbare socks. Below, ink-black water swirls, slurping at moss-slicked pillars. This bridge groans under every soul who crosses, its spine curving like a tired hound. 36 rotten planks stretch before you, each one whispering threats beneath your boots. Historians still argue whether London's bridges were weak by neglect or clever tax evasion schemes. You skip the 5th plank, the one with 2 missing stones, where last winter's snowmelt nearly swallowed Old Man Hewitt. A barge glides beneath, its lantern painting gold scars on the water. 2 centuries back, sailors paid bridge tolls in nails, 8 per cartwheel, if memory serves. You count 12 heartbeats before the vessel dissolves into fog, its bell tolling lonely farewells. Rotting wood groans as you shift weight, your bread loaf pressing reassurance against ribs. Someone carved initials inside the railing. T. L plus EM. Their love now warped by rain and regret. You trace the letters, wondering if they starved in some workhouse or died clutching each other's hands. North wind carries coal smoke and something sweeter, burnt sugar from the confectioner's wharf. Folklore claims children toss peppermint, coins here, hoping the river gods will cure toothaches. Your pocket yields no candy, just the sugar mouse, its tail broken from earlier haste. Moonlight bleaches the eastern planks, westward once drowning in shadow. You choose the middle path, neutral ground between light and appetite. 3 starlings erupt from the railing, their wings clapping like dropped prayer books. That 3rd missing stone reveals the Thames below, swirling like tar in a cauldron. Tudor mothers, whispered babies sank here, never floating, dragged down by waterlogged petticoats. Your heel grinds the edge, sending pebbles to their swift black silencing. 27 paces left, you measure them in boot scrapes and knuckle cracks. A constable once drowned near Pier 6, his pockets stuffed with bribes and ginger nuts. You quicken your step, toes curling inside damp boots, as if the bridge might remember his greed. Iron nails jut from the rail, rusty teeth grinning at your sleeves, slow unraveling. 18th century builders soaked timber in whale oil, sweetening it for termite feasts. One nail snags your cuff, drawing a thread as fine as a spider's sigh. Rain resumes, needle sharp, kissing your soot-streaked cheeks with icy lips. You hunch deeper into your coat, the bread's warmth fading to memory. 16 cross-hatched planks left their groans harmonizing with your empty stomach. Below a splash, something thrashing against the currents indifferent pull. Not a fish, too clumsy, perhaps a drunk's hat or a butcher's tossed bones. You squint, but darkness swallows all evidence, leaving only ripples and doubt. 9 paces to solid ground, your soles slipping on rain-slimed oak. 15th century law, fined bridge runners 20 shillings if they jostled a bishop. No clergy here tonight, just you and the sugar mouse, 2 thieves fleeing dawn's judgment. The last plank creaks loudest, its protest echoing under the bridge's stone belly. 5 frogs croak from the north bank, a chorus tuning up for monsoon season. You pause, letting river mist coat your throat before stepping onto cobbles. Behind you, the bridge exhales, relieved of your weight and tomorrow's regrets. Ahead, street lamps flicker through fog, guarding the labyrinth toward your rented room. You touch the loaf once more, its linen shroud damp with sweat and river breath. 3 raspy hoots slice the fog, rusted cage bars tremble with each wheeze. It stares, golden eyes tracking your shadow as you skitter past the cobbler's window. 47 nights running. This owl's cough knows your boots better than your own mother did. Leather tang sharpens the air, oil lamps lick haphazard repair piles. 19th century cobblers, often stitched soles, with coffin lining, cheap afterlife velvet, hugging living souls. You pinch your nose, half from stench, half from guilt. Those boots gaping at the toe could use mending, but 12 coppers scream louder than leather needs. The owl's head swivels, uttering a gurgle that mirrors the cobbler's bronchitis. Locals claim midnight owls predict shoe sizes of unborn babies, a theory tested after too much gin. You toss a pebble at the cage. It clangs, earning another tubercular screech. 18 kids born this month, 18 tiny footprints pressed in baker's flour for measurement. Drizzle slicks the cobblestones, your reflection warping in puddles between cracked shoes. Historians still argue whether cobblers spied for constables, leather ears pressed to keyholes after hours. You kick a stray nail, send it clattering into the gutter, just in case. Moonlight glints on the unsold shelf, a parade of mismatched boots awaiting reunion. Left-footed Hessians, right-footed buckled pumps, all casualties of bar fights and clumsy lovers. One purple slipper winks at you, its partner lost to canal's murky embrace. 500 years back, Venetians drowned more left shoes than lovers, or so drunk gondoliers boast. Rags stuffed in the broken window hiss against the wind. Master cobbler Higgs snores vibrate glass panes, a saw cutting wet timber. You pause, imagining warm cabbage stew steaming inside, the taste almost real on your tongue. Bed Ford, dead, rhymes flutter behind chattering teeth. A joke hangs itself, no one around to laugh but the owl. Shadows pool under the eaves, perfect for hiding fists in pockets. 93 nails hammered into that doorframe, each one a failed business venture. You count 7 bent ones, tiny shipwrecks on a timber sea. The owl croaks again, judging your interest in carpentry trivia. Hoarfrost tattoos the shop sign, Higgs and Son. Though everyone knows the son drowned in 3 feet of ale, historians love debating if cobbler dynasties collapsed more from drink, dice, or adultery. You pluck a loosened nail just in case tomorrow's chimneys demand makeshift tools. 4 bricks shy of slipping past, the owl unleashes a sound like a dying fiddle. Your pocket rips further, sugar mouse tail dangling like a guilty pendulum. 5 paces from the shop, cinnamon scent betrays your thievery. Did bakers weave surveillance into pastry? A question for hungrier philosophers. Candlelight bleeds under the door. Old Higgs must be nursing another tonic for his lungs. You press an ear to damp wood, catching whispers of a new tariff on Spanish leather. Useless intel, yet your brain hoards it like a magpie with gum wrappers. The owl's wings slap iron, spitting feathers into the fog. Locals whisper it's Higgs's first wife, transformed for nagging about his shoe glue addiction. You offer a crumb, bitter laughter swallowed by the rain. 5 heartbeats pass before the crumb vanishes. No thanks given. 34 steps to 7 sister lampposts guide you past the shop, each flame swaying farewell. Historians adore lamp tenders, their wick diaries, more honest than royal decrees. You pocket a fallen match, its sulphur kiss lingering on your thumb. Midnight's echo bounces off St. Dunstan's bells, lonelier than coins in a pauper's cup. The owl screeches a final verdict, 3 coughs, the exact rhythm of Mrs. Higgs slapping her husband's neck. You mimic the sound your own throat raw with chimney echoes. Wind tugs your scarf, casting a soot ghost toward the cobbler's door. That blue yarn cost 2 weeks' wages 3 winters back, now unraveling like bad promises. You watch it dance, tempted to let the owl claim it, then snatch it back. Thrift is love's ugly cousin. Puddles deepen your right boot, slurping liquid ice with every step. Cobblers once waterproofed shoes with boiled sheep's bladders, oddly effective till summer stench bloomed. You drag toes through sludge, pretending luxury spills over diamond-buckled pumps. The owl falls silent, perhaps finally choked on its own disdain. You glance back, 1 lantern flicker shows its head tucked under wing. Victory tastes like rainwater and unspent coppers. 9 rooftops loom ahead, each one a stepping stone toward your mattress crypt. Pigeon droppings stripe Higgs's doorstep chalky vengeance from better-fed rivals. 2 eggs crown the mess, pale as prison soup. You almost kick them, then reconsider. Someone's breakfast deserves better than your spite. Iron gates ahead rattle like prisoner chains, their spikes frosted with reluctant moonlight. Higgs's cough follows you in stereo, owl and man competing for last wheeze. You hum a tavern tune, drowning out their duet. 2 wrong notes, never sounding so right. 1 last alley gap swallows you, the owl's disapproval fading behind wet bricks. Your boot sole flaps, mock applause for escaping another near purchase. Coffin lining itches between toes. But at least death's velvet stays optional tonight. Lavender spikes claw through mortar cracks, reclaiming the alley one purple claw at a time. You inhale despite yourself, sweet oil slicing through throat-scabbed soot, a 3-second truce between sinuses and coal dust. Victorian London planted these alleys to mask open sewer stink, rebels disguised as window boxes. Squashed petals litter cobbles like tiny bruises, their juice staining your knees during the Great Soap Riot of '63. You crouch, pretending to tie boots, fingers brushing velvet-soft defiance. Instead, moonlight drips down brick facades, bathing each blossom in cheap silver makeup. 17 windows watch blind, their curtains drawn against your kind of shadow. Historians still argue whether florists slipped love notes into police bribes, petals pressed between pound notes. Your thumb rubs a furry leaf, releasing scent memories of washerwomen singing at dawn. One bloom bends too low, its head heavy with last week's rain. You snap its stem, quick wrist flick, like stealing a button from a tailor's dummy, pressing purple to chapped lips, waxy residue tastes like stolen church wine. 3 years since your last communion, ashes to ashes, dust to dusty mouths. Fragrance thickens, cloying now, like a perfumed ant trapping you in her bosom. 8 heartbeats before coal smog fights back, its oily fingers strangling lavender's throat. The alley becomes a prize fight, roundhouse of roses versus sucker punch of sulfur. You snort, half laugh, half surrender. Your mother called this scent Hussey's bathwater. A rusted gutter moans overhead, dropping sludge chunks into puddles. Farmers once paid boys to shimmy down chimneys nude, believing cloth carried soot deeper into lungs. Your scarf itches at the lie, wool woven tight enough to hide skin, but not stains. Dew soaks through threadbare knees, kneecaps grinding like coffee mills. Cobbles here tilt deliberate, meant to sluice off blood during tavern brawls. You trace a stain with your pinky, berry juice or butcher's runoff, betting your lone copper on berries. Legends claim lavender oil repels chimney spirits. Few sweepers lived long enough to test it. You crush 3 more blooms, rubbing juice into sleeves, a floral armor against tonight's dreams. 3 drops fall, each staining wool darker than chimney guts. Boots shuffle behind you, drunken harmony to the wind's drunken solo. You freeze, petals still plastered to your bottom lip like a purple mustache. 18 steps to the alley's end. 19, if limp through the fishmonger's gutter spill. The drunk collapses, snoring into nasturtiums, spilling from a broken pot. His pocket disgorges a cork, 2 hazelnuts, and a ticket stub for Barnum's Flea Circus. Historians adore drunkards' pockets, turnip watches, and other lies museums display. You pocket a nut, future hunger already gnawing your ribs. Moths mob a gas lamp, crisping their wings for one kiss of fall sun. Their papery corpses will litter the alley by dawn, swept up with lavender debris. You huff lamp black, exhaling mothwing gray, a human chimney beneath a starless sky. Brick scrapes your spine as you slump, a human stain against red clay. That time Lizzie Brent accused you of pinching her lavender soap, claimed she'd seen soot under your nails. Her washboard strike left your ear, ringing for 3 weeks, truth loud as factory whistles. Your tongue probes the petal, now dissolving into herbal mush. Apothecaries swore lavender tea cured rat bites, but Tom Wilkins died twitching anyway. 7 ratty nibbles lace your hands, 7 tealess nights praying for no foamy mouths. Something crawls up your trouser leg, 6-legged hitchhiker seeking warmer terrain. You squash it through wool, a crunchy sigh against your calf. Venom or innocence, the debate burns knee joints. Night bugs don't apologize, neither do you. Church bells butcher silence. 2 a.m. slices the throat of tomorrow. You count each toll vibration in your teeth, knowing bakers already knead tomorrow's punishment into dough. Historians slurp tales of midnight baker gangs, flour-dusted thieves peddling stolen crusts. Wind shifts, dumping coal reek straight down the alley's gullet. Lavender retreats gendarmes rooted by grimy reinforcements. Your eyelashes gum together, gluey with particulates and petal dust. Sleep feels impossible. Meet safe. Yet here you linger. A shutter bangs upstairs. 70 years of latch complaints echo into the street. Face appears old Nan Gripper with her hairpin spyglass, tracking your trespass. You wave the crushed petal white flag or taunt. She spits a sunflower seed, casing at your boots. 3 cats materialize, coiling around rain barrels like smoke tendrils. Their eyes reflect lamplight twin harvest moons in a fur-framed sky. Victorian cats owed no loyalty, often abandoning homes for richer scraps. You hiss, they yawn, coal company shareholders dismissing a beggar. Lavender's final stand clings to your collar, ghost hug from a ghost mother. Streets demand your return, boots demand blisters. Beds demand unpaid rent. Still you crouch, cheek pressed to cold brick, embracing the lie that scent can scrub sins. Rats applaud in the walls, nails scritching plaster like tiny sold-out theaters. You hum a lullaby, throat vibrating against brick, a sound felt more than heard. Nan Gripper's shutter slams, shut final verdict on your serenade. Dawn's first lyre tinges the east gray lipstick smeared on night's cheek. You peel the petal off, smeared purple like a poorly inked stamp, and flick it toward the drunk. Let him wake crowned, king of crushed flowers and nut-filled pockets, boots grown upright, cracking frozen knee joints like walnut shells. Wind filches your last lavender breath, selling it to perfume makers down in Cheapside. 5 steps toward the alley's end, the scent dissolves, leaving only Cole's greasy kiss. Morning's first delivery, boy rattles past, steering his cart through pothole moats. Spilled milk traces your path, white river seeking a soot-black sea. You avoid the puddles, cleanliness being both treason and impossible. Lamplighter douses the flame ahead, wick hissing like a betrayed lover. You pause, letting the alley cling to your heels before stepping into light's hunger. 1 petal sticks to your soul, purple flag, dragging through London's gutter. Scarf tightens around your neck, will noose against the cold. 3 chimney stacks belch hello, their bricks still warm from your yesterday. Petal juice dries tacky on your lip, stolen sweetness turning stale as chapel promises. The bakery's first batch singes the air, charred hymn for early risers. You follow its siren song, though no coins jingle in your pocket. Lavender's ghost haunts your cuff, a refugee clinging to doomed fabric. Your shadow stretches long, a soot giant, with stolen petals in its hair. The alley shrinks behind you, bruised flowers nursing their overnight losses. 37 steps to your door, 37 heartbeats borrowed from sleep's vault. Blood pulses behind your eyes, drumming cadence for the climb ahead. A fat bumblebee zips past, diluted by lavender traces in your wake. You let it circle, buzzing investigation, before shooing it toward real blooms. Riverside fog creeps closer, damp fingers seeking your collarbone. You button your coat, armor, against creeping wet, wishing lavender repelled damp like rat spirits. Salt tang mixes with coal now, tide turning against the night's last stand. Your key glints in weak sunlight, metal tooth promising sanctuary. Pocket lint clings to the jagged edge, blue threads from last Tuesday's ration of hope. The lavender alley exhales, releasing you, its scent fading with every step toward home. Boot heel grinds the pedal into cobbles, purple paste joining London's palate. You crave water, throat lined with the alley's floral decay. 3 stairs up, 5 more each creak, a question about why you paused at all. The bee returns, bumbling against your window pane, sure it followed the scent home. You watch it bump glass, persistent as uninvited memories, before unlatching the door. Let it search. Empty rooms hold no sweetness worth stealing. Floorboards welcome your weight, their complaints softer than alley stones. Lavender's last whisper flees your clothes, evicted by stale bread and dust. You lean into the ache, letting coal's truth swallow the pretty lie whole. Wash basin water reflects a purple-streaked lip, your mouth stunned into something almost lovely. You scrub rough cloth, erasing the brief rebellion, skin burning cleaner than any flame. Eyes shut, you breathe through gritted teeth, sweetness now just another ghost in your throat. Rye bread waits, stale hostage on the chipped plate. You dunk crust into water, softening betrayal's chew. Lavender never filled bellies, pretty never paid rent. Bite, swallow, taste the hollow where defiance briefly bloomed. 3 floorboards creak under pacing feet, echoing the alley's brick whispers. Window glass holds your smeared reflection, mouth puckered, tasting stolen gardens and impending climb. The bee abandons its vigil, zooming toward real flowers, real thieves, real dawn. You let the curtain fall, blotting out the alley's stubborn purple heart. Cold tea floods the cup, brown waves, erasing petal memories. You gulp, letting bitterness scald your tongue clean before facing the day's first chimney. Shadows stretch long toward the alley, but your boots turn steadfast toward smoke. Coal dust already swirls in your lungs, ready chorus for the labor hymn. You button your coat, fingers brushing collar threads where lavender's ghost clings. Let philosophers chew on pretty scents. You've got soot to court and rent to bleed. Key turns twice, lock clicking like Mrs. Higgs's disapproving tongue. Sun throttles the horizon, a yellow fist gripping London's throat. You step out, the alleys sent severed boots crunching toward brick and blackness. One sparrow dive bombs your head, feathered insult for crimes unknown. You duck, chuckling despite the omen, wings brushing your unwashed hair. Maybe it smells the lavender, mistaking you for something gentle, something kind. The joke scalds worse than tea. Carts clatter over Vauxhall Bridge, drivers shouting prices like war cries. You merge into the tide, shoulders hunched, eyes lowered, a bruise-colored pedal crushed underfoot miles back. No one notices your collar's last sweetness, your small theft of beauty, fading with every step. The master's whistle shreds the air, 3 sharp blasts, meaning late again. You break into a jog, lungs burning, boots slapping worn cobbles. Lavender's memory dissolves, your mouth sour with yesterday's tea and today's bile. Brick dust stings your eyes, blurring the alley's distant bloom. You claw soot from your lashes, vision clearing to chimney stacks and whistles. Another 300 breaths, sold to the climb before wages weigh your pocket. A child darts past, trailing a lavender sachet stolen from some lady's drawer. Scent punches your gut, knife twist of memory. You turn away, spitting black, denying the green fields flickering behind closed lids. Chimney yawns above, black gullet hungry for your limbs. Rope burns already, brace your palms, leathery metals from last week's struggle. You test your weight against the bricks, letting coal dust consecrate your skin. Wind plucks at your scarf, blue yarn straining toward the lost alley. You knot it tighter, second skin against the plun, and wedge your boot into mortar, upward, always upward, until London shrinks to bricks and distant purple smudges. Soot embraces you, true lover, filling nose, ears, the seams of your soul. You ascend, fighting gravity, breath hitching at lavender's ghost, still tangled in your hair. 100 handholds from now, even memory won't reach this high. Golden eyes spear through rain barrel shadows, unblinking, as you fumble with your door key. The cat's tail flicks, metronome of disdain, measuring your worth in cobblestone grime and coal breath. Victorian London teemed with strays, silent witnesses to every back alley bargain and midnight murder. You straighten, aware of judgment sharper than Mrs. Higgs's gossip, and produce a bread crust from your cuff. Toss it, crumb arcs through lamplight, a meager peace offering. The cat sniffs, a connoisseur of cellar rats and gutter scraps, before dismissing your generosity with one ear twitch. Rainwater sloshes in the barrel, 3 slow drips, punctuating the standoff. Historians argue whether cats patrolled homes for companionship or pest control paychecks. This one's ribs press against fur, a tight waist's ledger of lean winters. Its gaze drops to your boots, soles peeling like burnt toast, then flicks away. Verdict rendered. You crouch slowly, palms up like a penny singer, begging for applause. The feline judiciary yawns, needle teeth gleaming, unimpressed by your soot-caked surrender. 2 rats scramble across the sewer grate behind it, its ears pivot. But those golden eyes stay, locked on your face. Evening, your honor. The words rasp out, half apology, half joke, rotting in your throat. Night breeze riffles the cat's fur, revealing tiger-striped ghosts beneath grime. You've seen this creature 5 Mondays running, always perched, always watching, never touching the food you leave. Lamplight paints its whiskers silver, each tremor mapping air currents, like a sailor's weather vane. Victorian beggars, believed feline sneezes, foretold rain. This one's nose stays dry as bone dust. Your knees protest the crouch, joints grinding like cheap clockwork. The crumb darkens with barrel drip, swelling into a sad, starchy island. 4 stories up, a shutter slams. The cat doesn't flinch. Milkman's dairies paid strays to guard cream pitchers. But this sentinel guards nothing but shadows. You rise, key now cold against your palm. Tomorrow's coal dust already prickles your throat, phantom soot clinging before the climb. The cat stands, stretches front legs, then dissolves into an ink blot between rain barrels. One last tail-tip glimmer, cosmic dismissal, before darkness reclaims the yard. Moonlight bleeds through clouds, staining puddles mercury bright. You count 12 heartbeats, waiting for yellow eyes to reappear. Only the barrel's hollow drip answers. Wind tongues your collar, whispering what the cat already knows. You're 2 bad days from joining the shadows too. Key grates in the lock, sound shredding, night's fragile silence. The cat's gone off to review some lesser defendant, leaving you alone with peeling paint and unpaid rent. You step inside, shutting the door on gold-eyed ghosts, and lean against wood, vibrating with tomorrow's work. Floorboards creak, a tired chorus greeting your return. No bread crumb waits for your hunger, no judge, but the mirror's cracked verdict. Rain drums the roof, each drop a tiny sentencing gavel, as you unknot your scarf with fingers still trembling from the cat's stare. Darkness hums a purr without source, without mercy, as night swallows yet another unwatched crime. Your boot heel catches on the bottom step, that same warped board that's tripped you since Tuesday. You grab the banister, splinters lodge under calluses, already thick as stale bread. 3 flickering gas jets crown each landing, their hiss the building's only lullaby. 49 steps stand between you and bed, each one singing off-key in the greasy dark. Victorian landlords built tenements stair slim to cram more rent-paying souls per rotting brick. You count them some nights when the climb feels endless, like shearing wool from a mountain. The first flight groans, C-sharp under your weight. Stairbone music follows you. A minor squeal second step, G-flat creak fourth, a symphony of misery. They say drunkards in Cheapside bet pints on which step would collapse first. Yours hold barely, swollen wood weeping with last week's rain. No one oils these hinges, just misery unspooling day after coal-stained day. Halfway up, you pause, palm pressed to wallpaper peeling like sunburned skin. Plaster dust powders your fingertips, chalky ghost of better plasterers. Historians mutter about why these staircases twist so tight, greed or fear of fires, climbing faster than tenants. Breathe deep soot and mildew, London's perfume, since the Romans boiled river water here. Your shadow staggers on the wall, a drunk dancer missing his partner. Second flight, ninth step sags like a drunk's promises. You skip it, left foot reaching over betrayal to firmer timber. Victorian children imagined stair gaps led to goblin markets, trading lost buttons for licorice dreams. Your market sells cracked backs and borrowed time. Key digs into your palm, cold teeth promising sanctuary above. Wind whistles through a broken pane, third floor landing, playing flute with your frayed nerves. You eye the third flight steepest, where Mrs. Donovan's door leaks cabbage, stench through rotten oak. Every building had that smell boiled despair with time. Hand slips on the rail, grease or blood, hard to tell in this gloom. 18 steps left, wood grain ridges like prison bars under your thumb. Gaslight flickers, threatening to abandon you to the dark. Pull harder, hauling your body upward, a coal-dusted Sisyphus in wool and weariness. Top landing arrives, lungs burning, knees whispering treasonous threats. Key meets lock, brass nib trembling against iron hunger. They buried plague victims under these streets, centuries, backbones, packed tighter than these tenement rooms. You wonder if their ghosts envy your view, fourth floor squalor over fifth floor size. Lock clicks sound echoing down the stairwell throat. 12 heartbeats pass before you push the door size inward, its protest softer than your own. Threshold crossed, you lean back, letting would take your weight like a debtor takes promises. Staircase sighs below, a chorus of settled grudges. Tomorrow it'll sing again, same mournful tune, same hurried feet. But tonight, its song ends here, with your key still warm from turning. Iron kisses your palm, the handle colder than a pawnbroker's smile. You twist, once muscles screaming like tea kettles left too long on coals. Nothing yields. London fog slithers through the gap beneath the door, gray tongues tasting your boot leather. Historians still argue whether tenement dwellers preferred these crumbling rooms over workhouse regimentation. Only the desperate kept records. You brace your shoulder, that dented spot already bruised from yesterday's coal sacks, and shove. Wood groans, a sound like ship timbers dying in Arctic ice. 300 years of paint, layers hold the door tighter than a banker's purse. Victorians stuffed keyholes with bacon rind to block drafts. You find yourself envying their priorities now, a second charge grunt escaping between clenched teeth. Hinges weep, rust flakes onto your collar. Some say house spirits loathe chimney sweeps, blaming us for stealing their sooty nests. The resistance feels personal. This door, an oak-faced judge, sentencing you to hallways forever. Knee meets wood once, twice, pain flaring bright as a struck match. Salt sweat stings the cut on your cheek, a brick's goodbye kiss from Cock Lane's last job. Your breath fogs the iron handle, brief warmth swallowed by the metal's hunger. One final lunge, weight thrown like a sack of ragged hopes. A splintering shriek rips the stillness, then silence. The door swings inward, hanging crooked on one hinge, like a drunk clinging to lamppost salvation. Stale air sighs out, peeling wallpaper flaps like surrender flags. You stumble over the threshold, boots skidding on grit-strewn floorboards. Behind you, the broken door sways, its defeat complete. Ahead, only the dark and the dank weight. Moonlight slices through grimy window panes, blue knives cutting the room into jagged pieces. 13 floorboards creak their welcome as you cross them. Unlucky number be damned. The Romans built these streets over plague pits, their ghost loam still fertility for misfortune. Key clatters onto the shelf, missing the chipped milk jug by half an inch. You freeze, waiting for Mrs. Donovan below to thump her ceiling broom. 3 breaths pass, no retaliation tonight. Cold wraps around your ankles, rising from gaps in the floor like jealous mist. Industrial London stole heat from every hearth, your single coal, a pauper's ransom. They found parlor maids frozen to death in attics, wages too low to buy kindling. You press palms against the window pane, frost etching lace patterns around your fingerprints. Some swore hollow bones let sweeps climb chimneys easier. Quack surgeons sold tonics to thin skeletons. The glass bites back, numbness creeping up your wrists. Shivering now, your scarf unwinds like a bandage from a grievous wound. Wool whispers against your soot-cracked lips, stale smoke and insecurity. Tossing it toward the bed seems foolish, as if comfort deserves the effort. Bootlaces defy you, fingers stiff as carriage bolts. 5 minutes of silent swearing before they surrender, leather tongues hanging limp. Footsteps echo in the hall, the ledger clerk's uneven gait marking midnight patrol. Floorboards sing beneath his weight, B-flat, tonight minor key. You count his steps, 17, then silence. Rumor claims he writes love letters to the fishmonger's daughter. Ink stains on his cuffs, confessing ardor. Finally, your boots stand sentry by the door, toes pointing toward dawn's inevitable return. Stockings holier than Westminster Abbey's relics reveal toes rubbed raw by miles walked. A draft slithers up your spine, the sort of cold that gnaws marrow. Victorian tinsmiths crafted bed warmers shaped like hedgehogs. Rich ladies filled them with coals and false promises. You hug yourself. Thin shirt, no armor against December's teeth. One shriveled apple waits in the cupboard, last survivor of Sunday's market spoil. Biting floods your mouth with grainy sourness, core too precious to waste. Teeth grind seeds finer than a penny's promise. Candle stub fights matchstick, flame birthed on third strike. Shadows leap across walls painted 18 times, each layer hiding blood or mold or children's height marks. Thomas Coram's foundlings scratched initials here. Only plaster ghosts remain. Soot trickles from your hairline, black tears mirroring your collar. Wax drips onto your thumb, pain pure and bright as communion wine. You let it harden, another scar to join the constellation. Moonlight finds the bedstead, denting the mattress where solitude sleeps deepest. The door hangs watch behind you, its broken hinge a nodding sentry. You blow out the candle, darkness rushing in like the tide over Woolwich mudflats. Floor sighs as you kneel, lungs aching from cold and climb alike. Frost paints saints' faces on the window, martyrs for your shivering hours. Somewhere 7 streets east, a drunk sings like a cracked church bell, his tune lost between gin and regret. You crawl under moth-chewed blankets, linen rough as sandstone. One coal remains in the scuttle, crafted from ancient forests, pressed into black regret. Historians whisper that London's smog killed more than cholera, breathing itself a slow suicide. Teeth chatter a Morse code against the pillow, desperation counting heartbeats until dawn. Chill seeps through floorboards, up bones into dreams not yet formed. The door's crooked silhouette mocks attempts to shut out the world's sharpness. Sleep comes sudden, a thief stealing consciousness mid-shiver. No dreams tonight, only the dark embrace of stolen stillness, broken door swaying in drafts from a city that never rests, where tomorrow waits with new chimneys and old debts. Your fingers fumble at the scarf's knot, slick wool resisting like a stubborn child refusing bedtime. Threadbare fabric unspools, coils pooling at your feet like a sooty river delta. That scratchy embrace, 16 hours a day binding your throat, now abandoning you to the room's chill. Your jacket follows, a crusted second skin, crackling with each shrugged movement. 37 buttons. You count them clattering to the floor, tin insects, fleeing some invisible disaster. Stiff wool scrapes across raw knuckles. The same fabric queens once armored their footmen in gold braid, replaced by gutter filth. Historians still argue whether Victorian servants secretly cursed their uniforms through those endless button rows. Only loose threads tell tales now. Ice snakes up your spine as shirt cuffs peel away, fabric fused to sweat-soaked wrists. Gooseflesh riots across your chest, tattooing the air's bite into your ribs. They said chimney boys greased themselves with goose fat to slide through flues. You wonder if geese ever dreamed of revenge. Belt buckle clanks against floorboards, its brass lion's head worn faceless by years of rough adjustments. Leather sighs, released from holding up worlds both real and imagined. That strip of hide came from Smithfield Market, where butchers once tossed entrails to stray dogs and poets. An Essex farmer claimed belts soaked in ale prevented backaches. His stall reeked of hops and desperation. Suspenders snap, their stretch long dead, elastic murdered by rooftop scrapes. Metal clips cling to your hips like stubborn barnacles before surrendering to gravity's pull. cobbled during London's great rubber craze. You recall street magicians inflating gutta-percha balloons to delight slum children. Now, just another frayed promise. Boots leer at you, vast things swallowing lamplight whole. You wrestle the left one off, tug of war against sweat-stiffened leather. It releases with a wet gasp, dropping 3 copper nails onto the floor, and the ghost of Blakely's factory smoke sweeps nailed boots to beams at christenings for luck. Superstition's last stand against falling bricks. Stockings peel away like damp moth wings, revealing toes purpled by cold and constriction. You wriggle them, metatarsals popping a disapproving chorus. Laundry maids boiled undergarments in vinegar to kill lice, your own kits. Just cold water and whispered apologies. The floor welcomes your discarded layers. A landscape of fabric-dyeing slow deaths under moonlight. Each item curls inward, resembling sleeping animals more than garments. 17th century paupers slept fully dressed against plague drafts. Their ghosts would scoff at your nudity's luxury. Naked at last, you stand shivering before the window, proud as any Roman statue, if statues could chatter teeth. Frost paints phantom robes across your collarbone, ice drapes fit for a Soot King's coronation. The glass shows a blurred reflection, stick limbs and concave stomach, a figure carved from shadow and weariness. A draft slithers upward, violating every inch. Victorian bathhouses forbade sweeps from entering, hired muscle guarding marble pools from your kind of filth. You reach for yesterday's shirt, draped over a chair back like a deflated companion, its armpits stiff with evaporated sweat. Cotton rasps over goosebumped flesh, a poor shield, but better than nothing. Even buttons misbehave tonight, mother-of-pearl discs winking as they evade thread holes. Your thumbnail splits pushing one through, iron tang blooming across your tongue as you suck the wound. Mrs. Donovan's tomcat yowls 3 streets over feline opera, piercing the thin walls. Your spine curves, hunching from habit against non-existent drafts. They say cats followed sweeps for warmth. This one prefers tavern scraps and stolen fish heads. You slump onto the bed's edge, mattress springs, shrieking like stepped-on chicks. Palms grind into eye sockets, kneading away phantom, soot grit. Underwear chafes, where coal sacks rubbed thighs raw linen, stitching, now a trader's knife. Moonlight crawls across the floor, revealing your discarded armor in brutal detail. Stockings curl like dead eels, boot tongues lolling toward the door. Tomorrow will demand they march again. But for these stolen hours, they rest. A half-remembered nursery rhyme escapes your lips, 3 notes before silence strangles them. Children chanted it while you worked, tiny fists pounding walls like war drums. Historians documented every aristocrat's lullaby. No one wrote down what slum babes hummed. Blister on your heel bursts as you shift, warm dampness pooling in your sock's frail weave. You peel the fabric back, flesh glistening like raw mutton under candlelight. The Roman army prized calloused feet yours, would make Caesar's recruits weep. You flop backward, limp as landed trout, blankets swallowing your form whole. Horsehair pillow stinks of hair oil and ancient dust. Moonlight catches the scarf where it lies, twisted shape, like a question mark no one can answer. Cold hugs you tighter, a jealous lover claiming what little warmth remains. Victorian newlyweds carried hot potatoes in their pockets during winter walks. You'd murder for one now, buttery starch or no. Somewhere a church bell chimes twice, notes bruising the icy air. 2 hours until dawn, 2 hours before you don those cursed layers again. Your toes curl beneath threadbare quilting, seeking phantom embers. Breath fogs the darkness, rhythmic clouds marking time alongside your pulse. A childhood friend swore you could see your soul in winter exhalations. He lies under a pauper's field now, lungs ruined by mill dust. The cat yowls again, closer this time, hungry or lovelorn or simply mean. You press your cheek deeper into the pillow, horsehair pricking your stubble. Street sweepers claimed tomcats guarded their brooms. You've yet to see proof beyond scratches. Shivers subside, body heat finally conquering the fabric's icy betrayal. Eyelids droop, finding gravities pull stronger than pride. The last coherent thought before sleep drags you under. Gratitude the floorboards never learned to gossip about your shameful midnight, disrobing each garment. Shed a confession the night swallows whole. The iron handle bites your palm before you even try to move it, trusted shut with cold malice. You brace boots against the pump's brick, base heave back muscles, screaming louder than the unoiled hinge. London parishes installed these after the great stink of 58, though yours coughs more mud than mercy. First spurt hits your chin, liquid ice sliding down your neck, a shock that stops your heart for 3 whole beats. You sputter, cursing some engineer's ghost for placing this punishment in your courtyard. Medieval plumbers swore pumps flowed better if you whispered Latin prayers. Your own vocabulary turns coal black in the chill. Knuckles crack against the lever on the next downstroke, metallic screech ripping through the midnight hush. A window slams, overhead neighbor's muffled complaint dying in his curtains. You pump harder, frigid droplets spraying your eyelashes each blink, turning the world into a smeared daguerreotype. Water finally runs clearish. Palms cup the flow, shaking not just from cold, but 13 hours clinging to chimney bricks. First sip tastes like tin pennies, and lead pipes Victorian progress, flavored with future kidney stones. Historians still argue whether cholera deaths dropped faster from pumps or boiled tea right. Now you'd wager on gin. Fingers plunge back under the stream, numbness spreading toward your wrists. The water's teeth gnaw through coal dust, trenches revealing pink skin you forgot existed. Northern sweeps believed unwashed soot warded off rheumatism. Tonight you'll risk aching bones for clean crevices. Rivulets snake down your forearms, black tributaries staining the cobblestones. You imagine the queen's bathwater rose petals floating in marble warmth, then laugh at the absurd comparison. That fancy soap from Section 7, still wrapped in lavender paper under your floorboard, too precious for Monday use. Left sleeve rolls higher, revealing the map of scratches from today's climb. You trickle water over the deepest cut, watching diluted blood swirl toward the drain grate. Doctors once thought night air poisoned wounds, hence the bandage thief nesting beneath your stairs. Boot shifts on slick stones near wipeout, avoided by clutching the pump's neck. It groans in protest, cast iron vibrating against your cheekbone. Factory girls, reportedly married men who could fix squeaky pumps. Your own skills begin and end with hitting things harder. Sudden silence, the handle jams mid-squeal. You kick the spout, land a solid blow with your heel end, get rewarded with a gurgling belch. Water resumes its uneven rhythm, this time flecked with orange rust flakes. Should probably thank the thing like sailors praised temperamental cannons, but dignity won't allow it. Shirt front soaked, now fabric glued to goose-fleshed skin. You remember boys diving into the Thames come June, how their laughter bounced off warehouse walls. This ain't swimming weather, but it's washing, and that counts as luxury in your ledger. The pump gasps dry again, last drops clinging to the spout's metal lips. You count 17 breaths, waiting for the well's secret reserves to refill. Hand-pulled aqueducts once fed Roman bathhouses, people squatting over stale puddles seems less like progress now. Final push brings muddy reward water, brown enough to tan leather with. Meek parish records claim this well taps an ancient spring. Suspicion says it secretly kisses the cemetery's groundwater. Better not dwell, bend and gulp straight from the stream, Adam's apple bobbing like a frantic buoy. Cold stitches itself behind your eyes, waterlogged headache blooming beneath your temples. But your palms drink, greedily cracked flesh gulping, the only baptism on offer. A Greenwich watchmaker patented a pump-attached meter. Last year they'll measure your thirst over your corpse. Jaw clenched, you dunk your whole scalp under the flow ice knives, stabbing through your hair's thicket. Sooty runoff sheets into your eyes, blurs the gas lamp across the alley into a wavering sun. Victorian barbers recommended monthly head washings, your 3 years behind schedule, tied with most your trade. Teeth chatter, now uncontrollable Morse code, your spine transmits through bone. Towels inside, but the thought of frozen floorboards paralyzes your souls. Some Edison man peddled portable bath heaters. Last winter his frostbitten fingers answered all your questions. Left hand still marginally dexterous scrapes at the crescent moons of grime beneath your nails. Filth resists, lodged deep as childhood memories, until the water pries loose gray-black crumbs. Ladies wore gloves to avoid such vulgarities. Men like you wear labor's stains like wedding bands. Moonlight glints off the puddle, expanding around your boots, liquid mercury pretending to be water. You stomp just once, sending ripples to distort your wobbling reflection. Steam baths bloom near Westminster. Now their marble steps guarded from soot skins by gold-tipped canes. The pump handle sticks upright forgotten exclamation point in your nightly ritual. You pat its flaking paint with something almost like gratitude, this iron beast, and you both, wheezing towards irrelevance. They'll install pipes sooner or later, lead-lined progress to poison your grandchildren. Frozen shirt front yanks chest hairs as you straighten skies stretching clear and pitiless overhead. A comet passed last Tuesday, priests called it an omen, you call it a light too distant to warm anything. Left foot moves first, what might pass for pilgrimage back towards your door. Stone flags leach upward chill through boot soles, each flagstone older than your grandmother's grave. London built these lanes over plague pits tonight. You carry different ash towards different rest. Key finds lock by touch, alone probing brass teeth with tremor-skewed aim. Behind you the pump drips its final syllables onto cobblestone's secret language only rats and rust comprehend. You step across the threshold, leaving wet footprints that'll fade before dawn, ephemeral as mercy in this soot-streaked world. The door clicks shut behind you, bolted against night's chill, as damp boots track ephemeral stains toward the far wall. Your fingers find the tarnished mirror, cold silver plate older than the Queen's first morning dress. Victorian glassmakers mixed mercury with tin, creating reflections that stole years from your face and gave back only truth. Your reflection blinks, or maybe you blinked first, the eyes staring back hollow as chapel donation boxes. Soot etches valleys beside your nose, rivers Thames and Tyne, mapped in grime, streaked where the pump water tried to claim territory. Medieval nobles broke mirrors to dodge ill omens. Tonight you'd shatter this one if it didn't cost 2 weeks' wages. Candlelight warps the image, stretching your cheekbones into famine churchyard ghosts. You lean closer, counting new grooves beneath your eyes, each one a silent tally of smokestacks climbed. Historians still argue whether Victorian sweeps shortened lives came from soot-choked lungs or hearts choked by hopelessness. A joke forms, something about healthy hearts being bad for business, but dies unspoken. Grime crust's collar seems like epaulette's dignity in reverse. You scratch, and flakes drift downward, ash mimicking snowfall in your stale-aired room. 19th century ladies carried hand mirrors to avoid sudden frights from shop windows. Your whole existence feels like a shop window display. If the goods were damaged and the buyer long fled, tugging the wash basin closer, you swipe cloth across your forehead, water turning murky on first pass. 3 scrubs, 8 still half your face clings to shadow. Barbershop signs once warned shaving dulled a man's wits. Looking at your rags' gray swirls, you grasp new reasons for your thinning coin purse. Collarbones jut sharp where shirt gaps, a topography of rations and relentless climbs. You twist, private inspection reveals ribs like ladder rungs beneath scarred skin. Royal Navy pressed skinny lads for cabin boys, claiming narrow frames fit better in ship's holds. Tonight you'd slip through any press gang's grasp. Hands brace against the washstand, knuckles blooming white under pressure before surrendering to a trembling fit. 17 breaths, the count you learned when narrow flues stole your air. Steady your pulse. Opticians claim nearsightedness spreads like measles. You suspect clarities. What really ruins men? Left ear still traps yesterday's soot. Black smear mocking your efforts at civility. Cotton swab jabs, half-hearted before you concede defeat. Con men once sold soot-away elixirs at fairs, colored water that turned piss blue. The memory almost pulls a grin from your exhaustion. Glass frames, a single grease pencil mark. Your height measured last winter, unchanged since. Boys in mills shot up like barley stalks, while your spine compacted under chimney weight. Doctors debate whether coal dust stunts growth, measuring workshop orphans like botany specimens you've outgrown caring. A strand of silver glints near your temple foreign and startling, though you turned 23 last Tuesday. Pulling it taut, the gleam vanishes, trick of the light performed by tired eyes. Wealthy women plucked grays to preserve illusions. You've no illusions left to guard, only survival. Towel drops, droplets tracking down the mirror, your reflection now fractured into watery segments. Blurred eyes, crooked nose, lips chapped from biting back curses, patchwork of exhaustions. Historians vow servants rarely glimpsed mirrors. You think every poor man stares into one nightly, counting losses like rosary beads, teeth bare in something too jagged for a smile, a warning snarl at the specter before you. Pawnshop glass forges kinder visions, angles softened by necessity and greed. This merciless plate shows wages of 9 years' descent. Oil lamp gutters, the room dims, mercifully dissolving your face into grainy shadows. Pocket mirrors grew popular after the Crimean War, soldiers checking for shrapnel wounds. You need no polished brass to know where life's shrapnel landed. Turn away now toward the cold tea and colder bed polishing truths shoved into dawn's jurisdiction. The mirror holds your absence like a threat, a stranger's ghost drafted in silver and candle smoke. Morning will demand fresh soot armor for now. Let night blur the edges. Floorboard creaks beneath your weight. The mirror's gaze still prickling between your shoulder blades. You learned young not to linger near shop windows. Hunger too obvious beside velvet gown displays. The lesson holds tonight with added bitterness. Knees hit mattress edge, a controlled collapse as the candle drowns in its own wax. Darkness swallows the room, swallows the mirror, swallows the hollows beneath your eyes. The last truth hums in your skull. Clean faces are currency, and yours stays perpetually bankrupt. Knees ache as you rise, candle stub reignited with a striker's rasp, flame dancing mockingly over the cold hearth. That dented kettle waits, your one inheritance, not pawned, blackened copper bottom, reflecting your splintered self. London fog presses against window panes, condensation tracing paths like phantom fingers, while your breath hangs visible in the unheated room. 3 scoops from the cracked tin tea dust older than your last smile sprinkle into the pot. British warehouses hoarded enough tea in 1870 to sink entire fleets. Tonight your stash barely colors water. A joke forms about empire-sized thirsts, but your throat's too raw for irony. The pump handle resists, frozen joint screeching like a stepped-on cat before surrendering brown liquid. You remember reading how Thames watermen once sold pure Hampstead spring water for a penny gallon. Now you drink what the pipes vomit up. Historians still argue whether tea fueled the Industrial Revolution or just distracted workers from broken backs. Flame licks copper. A low hiss builds into shrill protest. That ear-piercing whistle, perfected by Victorian ironmongers. Steam escapes, first in thin ribbons, then fog-thick curls smelling of rust and invisible minerals. You cup hands over the spout. Let scorching vapor soften eyelashes, crusted with yesterday's grime. ASMR for the damned. Tea leaves swirl weak ochre bleeding into water, more memory than substance. Your landlady swears weak brews prevent madness. Her own tinctures smell suspiciously like gin. But tonight, even disappointment feels warm. A quirky tidbit floats up. Georgian smugglers once sewed tea into corpses to bypass customs, doubtless, with better results than this brew. First sip scalds, tannins bitter as a pawnbroker's laugh. Yet warmth uncurls in your stomach like a starved cat. Factory owners touted tea breaks as charitable innovation, ignoring how workers gulped it cold between roaring looms. Your lips chap further, sacrifice for this meager comfort. Every swallow, a tiny revolt against the chill. Bone china saucer, chipped heirloom from your mother's service days, catches drips like holy water. Wealthy Victorians feared poisoned teapots, hiring tasters before afternoon socials. You'd gladly swallow arsenic for a splash of cream. Palm cradles the cup's heat, temporary salvation for fingers stiff from mortar scraping, knuckles whitening with renewed circulation. Moonlight slants through the cracked window, silvering your tea's surface into a ghostly mirror. You count 5 floating dust motes, tiny survivors of your broom's neglect dancing in the steam's updraft. 17th century midwives prescribed tea baths for colicky babies. Maybe your weariness needs similar drowning. Third sip brings visions, the dockside warehouse ablaze, when you smuggled out burning sacks like some caffeinated hero. Leaves at the cup's bottom form, no prophecies, just sludge resembling your future. Another quirky fact surfaces. Edwardian thieves stole entire tea shops, display cases, and all leaving only chimney stacks behind. Rust stains spread inside the pot veins, mapping decades of neglect. Yet it outlasted queens and empires. Napoleon mocked the English as tea-sodden weaklings, never tasting this desperate brew that stiffens spines till dawn. Your thumb rubs a dent from some long-ago collision, maybe thrown in anger, maybe just dropped by exhaustion's equal. Steam fogs your spectacles, blurring the room into a Turner watercolor of shadows. You wipe lenses on a less soiled shirt corner, world snapping back into cruel focus, peeling wallpaper and unpaid rent notices. Tea cures many ills, say the advertisements in Punch, but not the ill of being poor. The cup trembles as you set it down, brown ring staining, wood already scarred by generations. Cold creeps back, starting at your ankles, climbing like ivy toward the tea's fading warmth. 19th century jailers withheld tea as punishment, knowing its absence drained resistance faster than whips. Tonight feels like self-imposed prison. Lukewarm dregs vanish in one gulp bitterness, concentrated now, tongue recoiling like a whipped dog. Earl Grey himself smuggled bergamot oranges through naval blockades. Your own contraband is just exhaustion and stolen minutes. The pot gapes empty, offering only echoes of warmth, false promises in porcelain form. Fingernail traces the saucer's gold rim, flaking gilt clinging like morning frost, evidence of finer days extinct. Factories mix chicory and ash into cheap blends, the working man's consolation prize. You wonder which poison tonight's brew contained. Historians tally tea imports like war trophies. You measure it in stubborn heartbeats before sleep. Candle drowns itself again, wax puddle hardening into a milky tomb, silence rushing in where steam once hissed. You lift the pot, pretending to pour for some phantom guest, etiquette persisting beyond all reason. The last warmth fades from its curves, copper cooling into just another object heavy with unspoken words. Stale crumbs on the table catch your eye, swept into palm, then mouth, a meager sacrament to accompany the void in your gut. They said tea civilizes savages. Tonight it just postpones savagery, keeping your hands steady for a few more hours. Porcelain meets wash basin with a clatter, undrunk sediment swirling down the drain. A miniature funeral for comforts you couldn't afford. Street lamp glow bleeds through curtains, painting a stripe across the abandoned cup, your audience of one adjourned till sunrise. Palms flatten on the table, weight pressing down, as if to crush midnight's ache, knuckles grinding against unyielding wood. Victorian workhouses banned tea as too stimulating, pouring you instead into the waiting dark, where no brew can armor you against dawn's return. Darkness tastes like steeped regrets, cold and depthless, as the teapot's silhouette blurs into shadow. You breathe in, waiting for warmth that won't come, waiting for a peace that steeps too weak to matter. The kettle watches, lids slightly ajar, a silent dare to hope again tomorrow. Threadbare reds and golds swallow your boots, the rug's patterns blurred from decades of scrubbing and shame. Firelight bleeds through its weakest patches, each frayed thread glinting like copper wire plucked from a dead house's walls. Rumford fireplaces swept Britain clean of soot-choked hearths, but yours wheezes coal dust and regret. Your toes curl against wool gone stiff as dried leather, a poor shield against floorboards that suck warmth like thirsty graves. Factories once wove these rugs with arsenic-dyed greens. Wealthy children frolicked atop poison. Historians still argue whether industrial tycoons knew or cared about the slow murders in their parlors. Knees crack as you hunch closer, palms outstretched toward meager flames, their dance casting crooked shadows up the walls. Half-remembered constellations emerge in the rug's faded knots. A drunkard's Ursa Major, a lopsided Orion missing his bow. One loose thread catches your pinky, unraveling a comet's tail backward through time. The hearth whispers its nightly complaint, embers crumbling like stale cake left for beggars. You poke them, triggering miniature supernovas, golden sparks spiraling into ash. 19th century prisons banned rugs as luxury. Your crime is possessing this shredded monument to better days. Firelight licks a burn mark near the fringe, scorch evidence of some long ago toddle or tipped brandy glass. Experts think Napoleon's retreat from Moscow left carpets frozen, so stiff, soldiers burned them for warmth rather than lug them home. You trace the scarred weave, wondering whose carelessness birthed this flaw and who wept over it. Your thumbnail worries a knot, coarse fibers resisting repair like a stubborn truth. Some markets sold alms rugs woven by orphans, each flawed stitch sold as divine imperfection, pity disguised as piety. A chuckle escapes. Yours could fund a cathedral's worth of pity. Wool prickles through threadbare socks, phantom needles stitching your skin to the past. That triangular patch by the corner remembers your mother darning it, Sunday afternoons, squinting through spectacles, now lost like her grave's location. Victorian husbands hid love letters beneath rugs. Your floorboard epistles stay buried, too raw for even flames to read. Shadows deepen fire, shrinking into itself like a beaten dog, cold creeping from the edges inward. Savile Row tailors used carpet wool for military coats, claiming it withstood cannon smoke better than honor. You pull your knees up, making a fortress of frayed cloth and brittle hope. Flames spit a final protest, one bright gasp before subsiding into sullen glow. Your breath mists, mingling with hearth smoke, a gray veil between you and the room's gathering chill. Georgian servants stole rug clippings to stuff their mattresses, dreaming on the wealth that walked over them. Fingers brush a wine stain shaped like Italy, or maybe a wilted tulip, its edges blurred by clumsy scrubbing. Historians tally lost Axminster masterpieces. You tally how many suppers this rug's fibers absorbed, turnip soup and tears. Nails dig into the fringe, clumps loosening like hair from a fever victim. 5 strands come free, brittle between your fingers, before the fire winks out entirely. Moonlight creeps in, frosting the rug's wounded patterns into something resembling peace. Silence pools thicker than the dark. The rug now, just a lumpen shape beneath you, a fallen king. The cold has teeth tonight, gnawing through wool, finding the flayed boy inside the sweep. You lie back, spine pressing against frozen floorboards, eyes shut against the ceiling's judgment. One hand still grips the rug's edge, anchoring you to this island of unraveling comfort. Its knots the only stars left guiding you home. Your knuckles rap the floor once, twice, thrice, before finding the fifth, planks betraying hollow. Warped oak groans upward, splinters stinging your calluses, revealing shadows, cradling a burlap lump. 19th century Londoners hid everything from love letters to Chartist pamphlets in floor cavities. Paranoid landlords couldn't tax what they couldn't find. Coal-dusted burlap rasps against your palms, a texture like dried serpent skin. You unwrap its slow, peeling layers, as if undressing a wound, the stack of letters wobbling like a poorly built chimney. Rag paper edges curl, foxed with age and chimney damp, ink bleeding blue ghosts through the folds. Historians still argue whether 1 in 3 Victorians could truly read, or just traced letters like children copying cobbler's receipts. Top envelope crumbles slightly, your thumb smudging the wax seal into a red teardrop. The St. Pancras workhouse emblem blurred beyond recognition. Someone once wrote love notes in lemon juice, invisible until held to flame. You prefer words that scorch outright. Steam-printed penny stamps cluster crookedly, overlapping like drunken roof tiles. 14 years of wages, hoarded for this illicit mail. First letter breathes open the paper, sighing, unused ink pooling, where dear Thomas starts its descent. Night soil men sold Prussian blue dye stolen from coffin liners. Your correspondent used cheap lampblack, each word a soot-smear confession. You trace a sentence. Coal can't blacken a soul like debt does, mouthing words too rich for the air now, choked with ash. Moonlight slants across the page, transforming smudged YS into hangman's ropes, the GS into gallows. A candle would be reckless, Mrs. Pickering downstairs sniffs for unlicensed flames like a truffle pig. But darkness turns hope into hollow halfway down the sheet. Your pinky finds a coffee stain, ringing the word Tottenham like a bullseye. Jacob Riz documented New York slums. But no one sketched your sister's attic room near Whitechapel, its single window bricked up by a stingy landlord. The letter trembles. This paragraph details her cough, how it rattles louder than the pawnbroker's shutter at closing time. Third envelope spills sage leaves dry as a pope's blessing, a talisman against consumption's grasp. Fringe thinkers swore herbs cured lung rot better than doctors. Your sister always trusted wilted things. The scent slices through rooms coal stench for 3 breaths, your back cutting valerian along the Lee River with her. Folded inside, a smeared pencil sketch of a terrier pup, its tail a hopeful comma. Your laugh scrapes raw, remember Mr. Grispy's mangy ratter. But the question dies unanswered. Victorian children traded dog portraits like currency. This one signed with your niece's shaky Effie in umber paint. Fifth letter hides recklessness, its seal already broken moons ago, the paper fever crinkled from rereading. They're sending effigies of bishops down the Thames. She wrote during the '68 riots, "Wish I'd tossed one myself." You touch the exclamation point sharp as a gutter nail, imagining her clenched fist blotting the page. Beneath correspondence lie newspaper clippings, yellowed as nicotine teeth, headlines debating Chimney sweeps mortality rates. 73 children suffocated last December, Parliament yawned. But someone circled the number in furious charcoal. A pressed violet wilts between articles. It's purple, faded to bruise blue, stem tied with stolen thread. Your thumb rubs a postal date, April 14th, 1872. The night master broke 2 ribs for misplaced brushes. She doodled flame patterns around the stamp, each lick of ink phantom fire mocking your helplessness. Experts think carrier pigeons outsped the Royal Mail, but neither could outfly the workhouse's rejection letters. Another envelope, thinner, crinkles with dried tear salt near the signature, found work stitching shrouds. She'd penned, then crossed out, stitching became singing, became a black smear. Underground surgeons paid 6 pence for cadaver sketches. Her hand was always steadier after gin. Letters fan across the rug, like a gambler's losing hand, each suit hearts, each ace missing. Rain taps the window slower than your pulse, hammering at Effie's fever broke praise God. Then spiking at the foreman's promised promotions, a liar's wink. The newest letter, 6 months old, smells of lye soap and the vinegar they scrub fever wards with. Bring your green scarf Sunday, she insists, ink blotted where a droplet fell, leaving consumptive ward half drowned. Catholic nuns banned scarves, said they hid lice. But Effie loves pea green better than emeralds. You refold pages with the precision of a mortician wrapping kin, their creases permanent as coffin lines. Historians tally Victoria's love letters to Albert, but these limp papers hold more truth than any crown's archives. Burlap resists rewrapping itchy threads, snagging your wrist, a makeshift shroud for ghosts too stubborn to die quiet. Fifth plank accepts its treasure, greedy swallow, its groan echoing the stairs' complaint 2 flights below. Fingertips linger on wood, one splinter drawing a bead of blood, payment for this stolen communion. Floorboard settles, its secret reburied, as moonlight shifts toward dawn's gray hinge. Palms press the rug, threads imprinting diamonds into your skin. The letters wait, still humming beneath the floor, like a struck bell. Silence thickens, broken only by your uneven breath matching rain's slowing rhythm. Each exhale whispering names too tender for brickdust air. The cold gnaws anew, but your chest glows, coal-fat and dangerous, stoked by words meant to burn all along. Your knees meet bare floorboards, cold gnawing through night-worn trousers, as you crawl toward the sagging bedstead. Victorian mattresses harbored more horsehair than a dowager's hat shop. Yours coughs. Dust motes with every shift. You peel back the moth-bit quilt, its paisley pattern chewed to indecipherable blobs, revealing grayed linen beneath. 19th century reformers raged against shared beds, 5 sweatshop tailors to a mattress. But loneliness thickens your single imprint like tar. The bed frame groans, iron joints screeching rusty gossip as you sink into its grudging embrace. Historians still debate whether wealthy insomniacs drank laudanum cocktails or just suffered nobly. Your pillow smells faintly of lye soap and the pork fat pomade Master Grimsby slathers on his comb-over. 3 lumps rise like Dartmoor tors under the sheet. You punch the largest, earning only a wheeze of defeated stuffing. Childhood superstitions float up, grandmam whispered never to sleep north-south, lest death mistake you for a compass needle, your diagonal head shoved against flaking wallpaper boots dangling off the edge. The empty spot beside you yawns chilled as a debt collector's smile, where Effie once curled during Black Frost of 74. She pinched you, calling this bed Noah's Ark for mice fleeing your snores. Moonlight spills across the blanket, transforming moth holes into constellations. Orion's belt replaced by a tattered triangle. You count iron bed knobs, 8 each one chipped by decades of fumbling hands. A loose spring twangs, striking your rib like a bad punchline, mocking your failure to fix it since Whitsun. They say Lord Higginbotham's 4-poster cost 2,000 guineas, a sum that could feed Stepney for a fortnight. Yours was bartered for a dead man's boots. Wind howls through the sash window, threadbare curtains fluttering like surrender flags as you burrow deeper. Frost creeps up the bed legs, first white invaders of winter, your breath pluming in cheap tallow candle light. Fringe Victorian scientists claimed sleeping with onions cured baldness. The stink couldn't be worse than Grimsby's chimney stench. You snort, knocking a dust bunny from the headboard, its fluff drifting toward tomorrow's boot pile. The pillowcase rasps your cheek, laundered roughness scrubbing off the day's grime. Below stairs, Mrs. Pickering's terrier wheezes, its asthmatic snores harmonizing with the bedstead's grumbles. Your gaze snags on a rust stain shaped roughly like Australia, remnant of a nosebleed during last summer's fever. Bluish veins web your inner arm, mapping weariness deeper than any Thames dredger's chart. Feet finally thaw under threadbare layers, toes curling like fern fronds in weak sunlight. Southwark myth claims gamblers hid coins in mattress seams. You once sliced yours open, finding only mouse skulls and thistledown. The chamber pot glints dully beneath the frame, its porcelain handle chipped from when you hurled it at rats during St. Swithin's deluge. Bladder stones plagued King George III. Your own aches are simpler, too much weak tea and stale bread. You twist, sending another spring into revolt, your spine click-clacking like a frugal accountant's abacus. Goosebumps rise as draft finds the gap between nightshirt and trousers, an icy fingernail tracing vertebrae. A muffled cough shakes the wall. Old man greeley bleeding out another lung downstairs. His bed frame knocks plaster in response. Woodworm eaten, legs dancing a consumptive jig you've memorized. You trace faded carvings on the headboard, initials worn smooth. JT plus EP, ghost lovers whose story even the tenement forgot. Fatigue drapes over you, a sodden blanket, dragging eyelids toward blessed nothing. Hair crunches beneath your skull, grit from today's chimney, still claiming territory, soot's final insult. Your fingers brush the scar on your collarbone, where bed springs drew blood during the typhoid shakes. A silver crescent moon pinned to skin. Weariness wins, chin lolling, shoulders melting into lumpy valleys of kapok and defeat. The worst shift ends, the worst climb scrubbed away. If only till dawn's coal dust fingers return. Mattress sighs, its straw and regret stuffing, recalling every angle of your bones. How they've sharpened over 16 winters. Sleep tugs, the bedstead creaking softer now, its joints yielding to the night's embrace. Dreams loom, their shadow puppet shapes, half-formed, just beyond the flicker of your last conscious thought. Blankets grow heavier weighted with the hours, until the bell tower screams, pulling you back to soot and slope. Muscles unravel, one tendon, one sinew, letting go the ceaseless clench of survival. Even hunger retreats forgotten, as the last candle sputters, its greasy smoke unspooling toward the water-stained ceiling. Tomorrow's ache nestles into marrow, a familiar lodger, as final wakeful thoughts gutter, joints settle your left knee popping, before true stillness claims you. The mattress accepts your surrender, molding to your hunch, its hollow cradling your hollowness. Snores begin, rasping counterpoint to the mice scrabbling in the walls, their tiny claws scratching hymns to darkness. Moonlight abandons the room, taking the ceiling crack stories with it. Night folds over you, black and indifferent, a sweep's uniform pulled taut over the fevered city. Breath slows, chest rising in ragged lifts, as the bedstead holds its century-worn vigil. Superstition whispers not to sleep with hands over heart, lest the devil carve his initials there. Your fingers curl, palms smudged even in dreams, relaxed at last. Eyelids seal, shutting out the blur of waking, locking in the faint warmth of your own fragile heat. Morning looms far downstream. Night cradles you now, brittle and borrowed. The bedstead groans softly, one final protest, as sleep drags you under. No angels attend your rest, tonight only the scent of ironed linen and fading frost, as the house settles around your stillness. Silence swells broken by the faintest snore, a gravel road rattle in your throat. The last candle drowns, wick hissing, as darkness swallows every splinter and sag. Stiffness melts, joints loosening, muscles surrendering to gravity's sermon. Even the stubborn spring relents, nestled quiet beneath your left hip, as oblivion folds you in its sooty embrace. Dreamless, unaware, you float between waking and nothingness. A bare foot twitches, scuffing the sheet, chasing a phantom coal along rooftops. Nostrils flare, inhaling straw dust, air sweetened by the final gasp of cheap tallow. No nightmares tonight, just the blessed hiss of stillness, the bedstead holding its breath with you. Soot settles in the corners. Dawn ticks closer. But sleep owns the room now. Your mouth sags, lips parting, as a thin line of drover's silver escapes. Mattress dips, its hollow deepening, as the world narrows to the rhythm of your pulse. Warmth spreads slow as lamp oil, each exhale firming sleep's claim. Night's cathedral enfolds you, its arches built of weariness, its hymns hummed by rusted springs. Tomorrow's chimneys wait patient as spiders, but for now, the dark holds dominion. Your fist unclenches, calluses facing ceilingward, as the bedstead remembers how to cradle rather than cage, softening at last for the weary thing it sustains. Moonlight claws through cracks in the plaster overhead, each fissure a river delta of neglect mapping your ceiling. You squint, tracing fault lines with a soot-stained finger, connecting dots between water stains and hairline fractures. Victorian builders mixed horsehair into plaster for strength, though yours flakes like stale shortbread onto the pillow. Historians still argue whether slum landlords skimped on lime or just prayed tenants wouldn't live long enough to complain. A jagged streak near the window resembles the Nile, if the Nile flowed through mold and poverty instead of sand. You imagine tiny palm trees sprouting from the damp patch near the cornice, their fronds made of peeling wallpaper. Below, a cluster of smaller cracks mimics the Great Bear constellation, or perhaps a drunkard's doodle of a teapot. 19th century sailors navigated by stars. You chart paths to dreamless sleep through ceiling cartography. Fringe architects once claimed ceiling patterns could predict earthquakes, but your apartment's tremors come from coal carts rattling past at dawn. A new crack gleams wet in the moonlight, fresh as today's chimney cuts on your knuckles. You recall Grandmam's warning, ceilings weep before they fall. Tonight yours sheds plaster tears onto your blanket. 3 mice skitter in the attic, above their tiny feet drumming Morse code through the lath. You invent translations. Turn back, no cheese here, or maybe. Beware the cat with mismatched eyes. Dust sifts down, sparkling in moonlight like fake fairy dust at Astley's circus. That one summer, when Dad scraped together shillings for balcony seats, you'd craned upward at acrobats, pretending to fly. The longest crack forks like lightning over the bed, its shadow stretching toward your left boot. You remember reading how Himalayan villagers read mountain fissures like newspapers, predicting avalanches from stone gossip. Your ceiling foretells cheaper rents, landlords' indifference, and another winter of drafty nights. East End lore says a spiderweb crack means money's coming, but yours just birthed a 7th tributary. Moonlight shifts, transforming a water stain into Australia, complete with a Tasmania-shaped flake dangling precariously. You blew across Cook's Voyages maps at the print shop last Tuesday, ink-smudged dreams of jungles and warmer winds. Now hunger reshapes continents, the rust spot near the door becoming a bacon rasher, the mold blotch a half-remembered plum pudding. A flake of plaster drifts down, landing on your lip with the delicacy of a ghost's kiss. You blow it off, watching it spiral into darkness. A tiny ghost ship wrecked on your blanket reef. The crack above your head has grown since spring, swallowing a fly carcass and 2 moth wings whole. They say Prince Albert installed reinforced ceilings at Osborne House. Yours reinforces only dread and resignation. Your breath steams in the cold, each exhale a fleeting cloud, obscuring the damage overhead. You count the cracks radiating from the central hole, 19 like years, etched across your face. 1 resembles the twist of rope they used to lower you into Lord Havern's flue last Thursday. Another mimics the bailiff's smirk when he padlocked the Mullins family out last winter. 3 floorboards creak upstairs, old Maud shuffling to her chamber pot, her nighttime ritual as precise as St. Paul's clock. Plaster dust flavors the air, chalky bitterness coating your tongue like cheap aspirin. Historians debate whether decorative ceiling medallions improved morale or just gave the upper classes something to stare at between gout attacks. Your medallion rotted decades ago, leaving a nipple-like stub of wire in the center. Moonlight fades, clouds snuffing out your plaster galaxy, leaving only the sour smell of damp. You close your eyes, imprinting the crack map on your lids, a negative image glowing in the dark. Somewhere, wealthy insomniacs count sheep plump as bankers. You tally fissures and flaking dreams. The shadow of a mouse flickers along the largest crack, briefly forming the silhouette of a dancing bear. You saw one once at Bartholomew Fair, mangy and muzzled, stumbling to a drunkard's fiddle. Its claws had clicked on cobblestones, a sound echoed now by rat nails in the walls. Wind whistles through the ceiling hole, a mournful tune played on a brick flute. You pull the blanket over your nose, filtering plastered dust through threadbare wool. Tomorrow's climb waits in your muscles, a coiled ache beneath the soot. But tonight you float on this raft of sagging mattress. Silence swells, broken only by the drip-drip of degenerating mortar into the chipped bowl you set out yesterday. A faint scent of yeast sneaks through the cracks. Mrs. Pike baking tomorrow's bread 3 stories down. Your stomach growls, converting the smell into imaginary crumb trails across the stained ceiling. 16 generations of bugs have died in that plaster, their papery wings and brittle legs cement. Your finger traces a new crack on the wall, one that wasn't there when you blew out the candle. It zigzags toward the window, a bolt of gray lightning frozen mid-strike. You imagine following it upward, climbing the crack like a chimney, bursting through the roof into cold, clean sky. The fantasy dissolves as another plaster chunk plummets, hitting the floor like a miniature tombstone. Moonlight returns, bleaching the damage into something almost beautiful, lacework carved by poverty and time. Night folds the room in blue film, your ceiling a negative of the starless sky outside. Exhaustion drags your eyelids shut, but the cracks still glow behind them, a phosphorescent roadmap of things broken. Damp seeps into your pillow, the kiss of slow collapse, as the house settles deeper into its foundations. Somewhere, a wealthy man's frescoed ceiling depicts angels. You rewrite myths in mortar scars and water stains. Your finger draws maps on the blanket, charting escape routes from the cracks, from the cold, from the unyielding weight of morning. The last visible fissure pulses faintly, moonlit chalk, vibrating like a plucked harp string. You watch until it stills, until the room holds its breath, until sleep finally blurs every jagged line. Darkness eats the cracks, the stories, the continent of flaking plaster, leaving only the sweat blooms sudden and cold at your temples, a midnight frost flowering beneath grimy skin. Your fists clutch threadbare sheets, knuckles pale, though no flames roar tonight. Only chimney darkness pools in sleep's hidden theater, thick as the soot you scrub from lordly hearths. They say Queen Victoria slept with Albert's portrait clutched to her chest. You hug a brick, warmed all day in your pocket, breath hitches waiting for the usual dream fire to lick your ankles. That false heat, the one that crispens orphanage bread crusts into cinders, never comes. 19th century factory workers guzzled laudanum to escape night terrors. You chew licorice root pilfered from the apothecary's trash. Historians still argue whether night sweats came from fouled air or the soul's ache for lost sunlight. An owl hoots, 3 staccato notes, slicing the silence like shears through cheap cloth. Your eyes stay shut, counting each feather-soft exhale, proof of lungs still clear of ash. No screams tonight, no phantom soot faces whispering from charred rafters. Just the creak of bed springs, their whine tuned to the exact pitch of your weariness. Moonlight bleeds through the curtain's torn edge, painting a silver stripe across your boots. You imagine it's the Thames at dawn, cool and calm, washing coal, dust from your soles. A fringe theory claims nightmares flee. If you sleep with iron nails under your pillow, yours cradles only lumpy horsehair and regret. Muscles unknot, one by one tendons, releasing their daily tally of climbs and scrapes. The mattress sags, swallowing you like a peat bog swallowing dropped shillings. Somewhere a child cries out, but the sound doesn't claw at your chest tonight. Your hollows stay hollow, unhaunted, grateful for the mercy of numb oblivion. Wind sneaks through the window crack, bearing the distant tang of the tanner's vats. It should smell like burning, like it always does when the dream flames come. But your nose catches yeast instead. Mrs. Donahue baking her overnight loaves, a rhythm as reliable as the coughing chimney 2 doors down. A floorboard pops, your eyelids fly open, heart-punching ribs, like a fist through rotten plaster. The dark hangs still, unbroken, no glowing embers swarming the walls. East End lore claims a hiccup during nightmare season, means a spirit's passed through you. Hold still, and they won't linger. You freeze, counting mouse breaths in the wainscot, until stillness reclaims the room. Your right palm itches, the healed burn from Lady Crofton's faulty great last winter. You rub it raw against the sheet, welcoming the sting. This pain, at least, is real. Medical journals debate whether soot in pores caused night fevers or just gave doctors something fancy to diagnose. Teeth unclench, the slow surrender of jaw muscles trained to grit through 12-hour shifts. No sobs wrench your throat tonight, no phantom smoke strangling the cries in your chest. Just a dry swallow, tongue sticking to the roof of your mouth, thirsty as the time you cleaned 3 ovens without a water break. A dream tries to form, shadow puppet horses galloping through a meadow, but dissolves into gray mist. No fields ever lain soft beneath your feet, only cobbles and ladders and slate roofs. You saw a painting once, sheep like cotton balls glued to green hills, in the pawnshop window on Threadneedle Street. Their dumb bliss haunted you longer than any nightmare. Moonlight shifts, splotching the wall with a shape like a riderless carriage. The silence feels alien, too thick. Shouldn't there be crackling timbers? Footsteps retreating as flames eat your childhood home. But tonight, the only retreat is sleep's gentle tug, currents pulling you toward deeper dark. Your left foot twitches. 19th century physicians believed involuntary kicks were demons trying to possess the toes. You curl them safe under the thin blanket, while church bells toll one distant chime. It doesn't echo, swallowed by fog, before reaching your attic sanctuary. A single drop of condensation rolls down the wall, tracing the path of last week's tear. No salt on your cheeks tonight, just the cool slide of sweat evaporating at your hairline. Sailors feared sleepwalkers as witches' pawns. You awake always in the same dented mattress, year after year, anchor heavy, eyelids flutter, not fighting drowsiness for once, letting night fold over you like a laundress pressing linen. The pillow smells faintly of turnip soup and brick dust, a lullaby scent mix no one else would call cozy. Taxidermists once padded cushions with sawdust and lavender to repel bad dreams. Yours holds only flattened feathers from long-dead geese. Nightmares usually come roaring, draped in smoke, wielding fire like a slumlord's eviction. Notice, tonight they're late or lost, or maybe pitying you for once. You drift untethered through black velvet nothingness, body sinking deeper into the mattress grave. A floorboard groans upstairs, old Maud hawking phlegm into her chamber pot, an ordinary midnight orchestra. The sound should startle, should yank you back to panic's razor edge. But tonight it's just noise. Historians argue whether industrial cities bred worse nightmares or just gave them fiercer shapes to wear. Your pocket brick radiates residual warmth, a mockery of hearths you serve but never own. Cracks in the ceiling hang suspended, spiderless webs, predicting no collapse tonight. Pickpockets once used hot bricks to fake bookies' glanders infections, pockets full of false symptoms. But your brick's comfort is real. Cold air curls around your ankles, not the lick of encroaching flames, just November's bite. You pull the blanket higher, frayed wool tickling your chin, a barricade against nothing at all. No shouts pierce the dark, no cries of fire brigade, fire brigade, just the skitter of beetles in the wall. Fingers relax, cupping empty air where nightmare sweat usually pools in your palms. A vague memory floats, mother humming, while darning socks her voice smoke-scorched away years ago. Tonight, the static of silence seems kinder, a void without echo, without ghosts. Your spine loosens, vertebrae settling like coins dropped into a miser's palm, one clink at a time. The nightmare's absence feels like betrayal and salvation, and something too tender to name. Rain begins, thin needles pricking the roof, washing soot into the gutters for tomorrow's sludge trail. Breath evens, a tide going slack, dragging you further from consciousness. No crowbar of fear pries your chest open tonight, just the slow leak of exhaustion. Vampire myths rose from grave diggers misinterpreting decomposition bloat. But you'd take bloodsuckers over fire giants any hollow-eyed dusk. Darkness spreads, velvet wings smothering the last shards of moonlight. Inside it you float, a soot speck in infinity's lung, inhaled and held. The house groans, foundations shifting, but no louder than your own heartbeat. Sleep stitches your edges shut, seems frayed, but holding, while the nightmare's empty chair gathers dust in the corner of your mind. Your final thought dissolves like sugar in cold tea, a sweetness you can't quite place, name, or keep. Gray light creeps across the floorboards, a thief stealing what little night remained yours. It probes your eyelids, insistent, painting the world in shades of ash and exhaustion. You burrow deeper into the blanket's thin embrace. 5 more minutes before the sweeping bell tolls its merciless command. Those dusty boots by the door seem to judge you, their soot-crusted leather gleaming like wet coal in dawn's groping fingers. Blinding a maid for stealing candle stubs, Queen Victoria signed off on that punishment when you were still knee-high to a chimney flue. A sparrow taps at the cracked window pane, 3 quick raps, nature's own alarm clock. Your groan dies in your throat, swallowed like a guilty secret, while the sparrow tilts its head as if awaiting payment. Some folks swear dawn light can cure warts if you bare your skin before the first church bell. You've got 9 on your right elbow, none vanished yet. Historians still argue whether chimney sweeps rose this early by choice, or because sleep proved too expensive for those paid by the stack. Your toes curl, half numb, sending needles of protest up your calves. That 5th step from yesterday, the rotten one at Lord Pembroke's, twisted your ankle like a pig's neck at slaughter. You flex it now, under scratchy wool testing for damage beyond the usual ache. The distant clang of a milk cart cuts through the quiet hooves, clipping cobbles at a pace you'll never match today. Frost feathers the window's edge, delicate patterns mocking your calloused hands. You used to catch flakes on your tongue during winter climbs back, when wonder hadn't been scrubbed out of you brick by brick. 12 chimney sweeps a year died from sudden falls. They taught you that, at the workhouse between beatings. You blew on your porridge to hear the number, watching steam rise like vanished ghosts. A draft snakes under the door, kissing your bare ankle with winter's last cruel joke. Your nose wrinkles at the smell, cold porridge, crusted in last night's bowl, mingling with the ever-present tang of burnt oak. 3 weeks since you tasted butter, proper yellow butter, not the greasy slop scraped off factory biscuits. Factory foremen docked wages. If crumbs littered their waistcoats, you learned to chew with your mouth sealed shut. Sunrise bleeds across the ceiling, exposing water stains shaped like accusing faces. One looks like Master Grimes, his eyebrow perpetually raised in disappointment, even in plaster form. The room warms by degrees, a liar's promise, as your breath fogs the air inches from your chin. Georgian dandies wore soot-blackened wigs to mimic our hair, called it the sweep's silhouette, till lice made it unfashionable. Your left eyelid twitches, that fluttery warning of another sleepless night's toll. You press a knuckle against it, savoring the dull pressure, briefly smothering the tremors. 200 breaths. That's how long the boy next door lasted after his rope snapped over in Cheapside. Nasty business, the way his breath hitched like a broken pump, refusing to die. A door slams downstairs. Old man Guppy leaving for the docks, his cough rattling the banisters. You count his footsteps, 1, 2, 3, until street noise swallows his departure whole. 15 minutes till the bellman's cry, maybe 16, if fog delays him at the bridge. Your stomach growls, a feral sound echoing in the hollow where breakfast should sit. Threadbare socks snag on calluses as you slide legs over the mattress edge, wood creaking its familiar protest. Cold seeps through fabric, sharp and bright, shocking muscle into grudging motion. That chipped chamber pot winks from the corner. Didn't empty it last night, too weary after scrubbing the tannery smokestack. Regency doctors prescribed urine gargles for sore throats. You'll take the soreness, thanks. Pigeons erupt from the roof across the alley, wings clapping like lazy applause for your surrender to daylight. Their droppings streak windows all down the lane, chalk-white betrayal from birds you sometimes fed crusts. Fingers trace the brick's residual warmth, your stolen night companion, now cooling like yesterday's corpse. Always this moment, stalled between night's mercy and day's demands, where you pretend the world hasn't found you yet. Shouts drift up from the street, a fishmonger hawking yesterday's catch as fresh as a virgin's blush. Your lips twist, almost a smile, before you remember smiles cost energy too. Rough wool scratches your neck as you tug yesterday's shirt back on fabric stiff with dried sweat and regret. Laundry costs 2 pence a bucket down at the creek. 2 pence buys 3 potatoes or a candle stub with an hour's burn. Knuckles brush your crusted eyelids, grit grinding like mortar under pestle. Last night's unshed tears left salt trails through the grime on your cheeks, a filthy baptism. The water pitchers down to sludge, tinged brown from roof tiles, but you sip it anyway. Mistress Pharaoh swore stagnant water grew hair on your chest, yours stayed smooth as a plucked chicken. Another lie. Bootlaces snap with brittle finality. You knew they wouldn't last the week. Frayed ends get knotted 3 times till your thumbnail bleeds from the effort. Cursing's a luxury for those who can afford chapels. You swallow the words sour as spoiled milk. Watchmen used to fine sweeps for swearing within earshot of a lady, as if our kind ever walked near ladies unshackled. Your reflection glares from the washbowl's murky depths, hair matted, face striped with soot shadows. You break the image with a plunging fist, ripples erasing the truth until the surface stills again. 10 years since a clean shave, since the razor last touched skin not covered in grime. Dreams don't include mirrors anymore. A key grates in a lock next door. The widow Begley's morning ritual, followed by the scent of burnt toast, taunting your empty gut. Your own key hangs on a nail, twisted iron older than your grandfather, edges worn smooth from turning locks your masters would never enter. Locksmith apprentices once swallowed skeleton keys. To prove loyalty, they jangle in their bellies. For life, human key rings. Dust motes swirl in the invading sunlight, frenzied dance of particles you'll breathe all day. You tie your scarf, the red one stolen from a Mayfair clothesline, its dye long faded to corpse pink. Historians love debating whether child sweeps stole for survival or mischief, as if desperation had flavors. Your palm presses flat against the door, wood grain biting into calloused flesh. Last night's reprieve retreats, its warmth leaching away, leaving only the metallic taste of duty on your tongue. 5 breaths, fingers curl around the handle, the world beyond humming with its usual cruelty. Silver light outlines your boots, still damp from last week's puddles, as their soles scuff toward another dawn's labor. Chirps worm through the cracked glass, sharp needles pricking your last shred of calm. Twigs tap-tap against rotting eaves, nature's Morse code spelling you're late, you're late, you're late. The sparrow darts past, a gray-brown blur, wings fluttering like a beggar's tattered handkerchief. Historians note sparrows thrived in London's soot, feasting on horse dung and breadcrumbs, more resilient than we sweeps ever were. You squint upward, spotting its nest wedged between chimney brick and gutter. A lumpy mess of mud, straw, and what looks like a scrap of your missing scarf. Clever thief, it unraveled the wool faster than moths ever could. Some Victorians believed birdsong could cure madness, paid street urchins to trap larks for their parlors. Those birds always died silent. Gilded cages make poor hospitals. The nest shudders, 3 beaks jab upward, hungry mouths screeching for breakfast. You sympathize, your own stomach growls a sour duet. A grimy fingernail traces the window's crack, ice melting under your touch. Dawn's chill nips at your wrists, a ghostly bite through threadbare sleeves. 19th century sweeps used bird bones as pipe cleaners, snapped tiny ribs from fallen nestlings. But you leave these be. Wind hurls drizzle at the pane, liquid dust smearing your view. The sparrow returns, a bit of string clamped in its beak, proud as a duke, showing off new cufflinks. It tugs the prize into the nest, adding to the chaotic patchwork. Quirky fact: Edinburgh starlings once stole wig powder to line their nests, woke up dizzy from Pomeranian lavender fumes. Movement catches your eye, a flash of red wool in the construction. Not your scarf, after all, but Master Ferris's, knitting from 3 doors down. His balding pate steamed for a week over those stolen needles. You'd know. You swept his chimney while he ranted. The nest bulges now, ridiculous pouch of stolen goods, like a pocket sewn by a drunk tailor. One fledgling tumbles out, wings flailing, thumping onto your windowsill. It stares at you, all bug-eyed panic, cheeps fading to a raspy wheeze. Your soot-crusted finger hovers, not quite touching its speckled chest. Dr. Harlow's 1823 pamphlet claimed touching wild birds invited lung rot, absolute rubbish. But you pull back anyway. The mother dive bombs, wings clipping your ear, a feathered warning shot. You retreat, hands raised in mock surrender, as she herds her stray back to safety. Street urchins once sold sparrow pies for a penny apiece, gristly fare that stuck in your teeth for days, tastes like poverty and regret. Rain drums harder now, drowning out the chicks' cries. Leaks bloom on your ceiling, dark petals spreading across plaster. You catch drips in a chipped mug, watch water ripple with each fat plop. 19th century London saw 4 million sparrows pecking at dung heaps, mocking our struggles from their muddy perches. The mother sparrow preens, ignoring the downpour, fluffed up like a governess in winter furs. Her nest holds, barely, still clinging to crumbling brick. Historians still argue whether cities saved birds or just gave them new ways to die gutter adjacent. That debate won't feed her chicks, won't oil your creaking joints either. Lightning forks overhead, electric violence etching the sky. The sparrow tucks deeper into her stolen wool fortress, eyeing you through rain-streaked glass. Your breath fogs the pane, briefly obscuring her watchful gaze. Superstition says lightning sears away lies your skin should have blistered off years ago. Thunder shakes the building, dislodging soot from the rafters. Black snow drifts onto your pillow, another mess for tonight's exhaustion. The fledglings huddle silent now, beaks shut against the storm's roar. Your landlord repaired these eaves last century, judging by the rusted nails, probably with spit and promises. Hail joins the barrage, pebbles of ice clattering against rooftops. The sparrow shields her brood with outstretched wings, a living umbrella patched from scavenged scraps. You tug your blanket tighter, threadbare, wool scratchy on your neck, both of you playing house in this battered kingdom. Victorian scientists found sparrows' stuffed nests with tobacco stalks, kept fleas at bay, nature's pest control sharper than Boots' chemist. Silence crashes in when the storm passes, sudden as a snuffed candle. Drips echo louder now, plink, 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 into your overflowing mug. The sparrow shakes herself, a miniature tempest, spraying droplets like diamond dust in weak sunlight. You count her remaining chicks. All three accounted for survivors of this shared squall. Factory whistles scream in the distance, the city waking hungry. The birds resume their chorus, shrill demands drowning your sigh. Your fingers brush the cold window, almost saluting her stubbornness, before turning toward another day's grind. Her nest survives, barely, as does yours, both woven with what the world discards. Cold metal presses into your palm, each copper a tiny anchor chaining you to this gray dawn. You shuffle deeper under threadbare wool, the scratchy blanket your last fortress against reality's bite. Historians know London had 312 types of pennies. In 1890, half counterfeit, all equally worthless when landlords come knocking. One coin rolls free, plinks onto the floorboards, vanishing into darkness beneath the bed. A curse dies in your throat, no energy to waste on lost treasure. Victorian workhouse, wards sewed coppers into hems, protection against pickpockets, though rats often gnawed through the stitches. Your fingers count the remaining discs, methodical as a banker, tallying someone else's fortune. 18 pennies bear Victoria's tired profile, nose worn smooth by a century of grimy thumbs. 7 halfpennies show bite marks, desperate souls testing if copper tasted like hope. 2 farthings nestle together, their minuscule weight mocking your hunger. Rain leaks through last night's storm damage, drips echo your tally. 23, 24. Shake out the blanket, there. 25. A chuckle escapes, bitter as burnt toast. It is apt the farthings feature Britannia. That lady never wept over empty larders. Her trident couldn't spear a breakfast herring either. The elusive 26th penny hides in your left boot, wedged beside a hole where your big toe pokes through. You'd forgotten its midnight hiding place, buried under groans and boot grease. Some gin shop regulars swore swallowing coins staved off starvation. Their corpses clinked when the coffin bearers lifted them. Final joke on the poor. 27 coppers now, a sad little constellation glinting on the moth-eaten quilt. Enough for half a loaf yesterday, barely crusts tomorrow. Pawnbrokers whispered coppers, carried previous owners' bad luck each transaction, passing misery like a cold. You roll them into a sock, knot it thrice, stuff the bundle beneath the mattress springs. Sunlight slashes through rotten curtains, accusing fingers pointing at your dusty boots. Your stomach growls, sharp-toothed reminder of last night's broth, water, pretending to be soup. Workers in Manchester, cotton mills hid coins in loom mechanisms, tying threads around pennies to slow the machines without foreman noticing. A floorboard creaks, landlord's characteristic shuffle outside your door. Breath catches, counting coppers suddenly feels like a hanging offense. Historians still argue whether sweepmasters paid weekly or daily. No records survive from the ones who burnt their ledgers. You fake a snore rough sawing noise from a throat-grown horse with soot. Silence returns broken only by sparrows bickering on your windowsill. Their nest bulges with stolen string, your sock's twin lies unraveled in the construction. Queen Anne once fined a countess for dropping pennies in church, claimed the clatter disturbed her prayer. The royal coffers overflowed with colonial gold. The coin sock mocks you from under the mattress, cold lump beneath your hip bone. Moonlighters, those night shift laborers, melted down pennies for tin lining beer mugs. Not worth the risk. Counterfeiters got transported to Australia. If lucky, blistered backs if caught locally. Hunger twists your gut, bile rising as you picture Smithfield markets. Egg stall, 2 would cost 29 pence, yolk like liquid sun, white edges crisped proper. Leery-eyed vendors spat at sweep hands, afraid your stench would spoil their wares. You reach under the mattress, reknot the sock, leave it be. Church alms boxes once overflowed with farthings, each donation buying celestial favor on layaway. God stayed deaf to chalk dust coughs, to fingers rubbed raw scrubbing flues, still deaf now. Wind prowls beneath the door, raw knuckles splitting further as you tug sleeves down. Every city had its coin myths, the buried Roman hoards, the ghost florins that multiplied when fog rolled in. 19th century Liverpool dockworkers swore blindfolded you could tell a coin's year by taste. Tin plating versus copper alloy. Those men died, tongues turning blue. That sock bulges heavy with impossibility. 27 steps toward ruin, not enough stairs to climb out. You squint at the ceiling, plaster cracks forming shapes like toothless grins, laughter at your arithmetic. Morning bells toll, each pealing note a reminder of wasted time. Boots slide onto numb feet, the sock prison, emptying its contents into your pocket. 27 clinks follow your steps to the door, each copper a beat in the march toward tonight's hollow supper. The stall keeper will laugh again, eggs glistening mockingly just beyond your reach. The stall keeper's laugh follows you down the lane, a jackal's bark that hunches your shoulders. You kick a pebble, watch it skitter into the gutter, a miniature escape you envy. Children's voices rise from the riverside, their shrieks of play sharp as broken glass. Historians note over 50% of Victorian 9-year-olds worked, hawking matches, scraping mudlark treasures, anything to fill a soup pot. Your feet stall near the bridge, memory ambushing you like a thief. Riverbank summers, you were 7, 8, when Thames mud still meant adventure. Bare feet sink into hot gravel now, but then cool silt squelched between your toes like nature's pudding. Green reeds whispered secrets, tickling your ankles as you waded, sunlight fracturing the brown water into gold. A brewery dray clatters past, horses snorting steam breaking the spell. You smell hops, not riverweed, hear harness bells, not your brother's laughter as he pushed you into shallows. Folk tales claimed river children grew scales. If they swam too much, your gang hunted goggle-eyed for gills. Each evening found none. 3 boys sprint past, their stick swords clacking, voices bright with pretend war. You seek your reflection in a rain barrel, find coal dust streaks instead of that sunburnt face. Historians still argue whether workhouse orphans created coded games, stick patterns in mud, messages for friends sold to different factories. Your fingers graze cracked lips, remembering stolen apples from orchards now choked with factory smoke. The game was simple. Who could pocket the most without Farmer Brindle's hounds catching their scent? One August dusk, you buried 6 near the willow, dug them up rotten. A week later, still called it victory. Boot soles scuff stones meant for carriages. Your blackened nails dig into palms. That laughing boy swapped river mud for chimney soot. 9 birthdays buried under ash. Tudor chimney sweeps believed swallowing arsenic purged soot sickness, a deadly cure. But desperation swallows any lie. A sparrow lands nearby, head cocked, as if asking where your smile went. You flick a crumb, watch it soar, envying wings that never touch chimneys. Dockworkers' kids dared each other to swallow live minnows, claimed it, let you breathe underwater, tiny silver regrets in chamber pots later. The river glints ahead, filthy now, its banks lined with rusted machinery. You count 11 new smokestacks since spring, each coughing black feathers into the sky. 19th century guidebooks recommended riverside picnics, ignoring sewage discharges, typhoid outbreaks. Scenic cholera tourists called it. A fish leaps, a flash of silver, then gone. Your throat tightens. 9-year-old, you would have plunged after it, shirtless, heedless of cold. Manure workers tossed boys' pennies to dive for dropped tools, rewards fleuthed with dysentery. But copper sparked brighter than caution. Your boot grinds a dead beetle into cobblestones, carapace cracking like childhood promises. That willow tree where you napped, gone sawed into factory floorboards. Queer London street gang. Law dictated the fastest runner got first pick of tossed oyster shells. If you found a pearl, it bought roasted chestnuts for a week. Church bells toll noon, each strike a hammer to your ribs. Lunch means a stale roll, 23 steps, sit on the wharf stairs, wet stones chilling your bones. Historians still fight about chimney boys' rations. Master's logs list gruel, but your belly recalls mostly fingernail scrapings. You tear the roll, watch crumbs drift downstream like tiny bread and butter boats. The boy who chased those would starve to cry laughing at his future self. Gulls shriek, raucous laughter from winged bullies, circling your meal. You hurl a crust, watch them dive, wings snapping like laundry in a gale. Factories cough, spitting clock-punctual smoke, stealing your river's last blue scrap. You stand brush grit from trousers, ashes from memories. Your shadow stretches thin, a soot-drawn ghost of the sturdy river rat you once were. The water whispers, but you turn away, boot heels loud as coffin nails on the climb back to work. 9-year-olds still splash somewhere. You hope, their mud-striped backs to the smog-fogged sun. That boy's laughter chases you up the hill, a ghost you'll feed with tomorrow's ashes. Tomorrow, always tomorrow. The morning sun cuts through your grimy window, a pale intruder on last night's gloom. You stare at the bread knife, its blade already peppered with coal dust from your ceiling. Another round of soot snow fell overnight, each flake a reminder of tomorrow's climb, the eternal cycle of filth. Victorian laborers often drank malt beer with breakfast, cheaper than tea, and warm enough to thaw stiff fingers. You wish for that small kindness, but your tin cup holds only water gone metallic from the pipes. 3 fingers of stale bread wait on the chipped plate. Sawing through, it feels like cutting rope, black crumbs flaking off like chimney mortar. 19th century botanists swore coal dust made crops grow faster, spread it over their gardens like devil's fertilizer, claiming roses bloomed blacker and prouder. Yesterday's soot settles on your tongue bitter as regret. As you force down the mouthful, a glint catches your eye. The knife's edge reflects a sliver of blue sky outside. You rub your thumb across the metal, watching grit etch tiny canyons into your skin. Some chimney boys swore they'd seen coal sparkle like diamonds under moonlight, fool's gold clinging to their lashes. But your mornings offer only gray. The soot thickens on your tongue. You chase it with tepid water, swishing like a society dame with mint tonic. 83 cracks spider across your ceiling plaster. You counted them last feverish night, mapping constellations to outrun coughs. Historians still argue whether coal emissions left metallic tastes in urban bread, or if hunger seasoned everything with despair. A shadow passes outside, the widow's cat, sleek despite shared poverty. You swipe your thumb through plate dust, hold it out the window crack, a dripless meal for ghosts. Dockworkers claimed cats could cough up coal balls like hairballs, tiny black pearls worth half a farthing. But you've yet to find proof. Bread knocks against your teeth, too hard, too dry. You think of the baker's warm window, steam kissing glass, hands you never see leaving mercy for street phantoms. European royalty once believed charcoal could cure poisoning, fed their tasters burnt toast before feasts, chain of command written in cinders. Coal specks float in your cup, swirling like miniature storm clouds. You consider calling it breakfast spice, a joke too tired to voice, too bitter for even your own amusement. London street urchins sold ash as fairy powder, pinches wrapped in newsprint, promising magic if sprinkled under pillows. Never worked for your nightmares. Your fingernail digs, a coal bit from between molars, flicking it to the floor, a useless grain of unpayday. Some Georgian factory wives snuck ash into pancake batter, bloating stomachs with empty darkness, stretching hunger by poisoning fullness. You swallow the last crust, ash aftertaste blooming like a foul flower. The blade winks up at you, now smeared with crumbs and blackened fingerprints. You test its edge against your thumb, not sharp enough to chop kindling, but still sharp enough to flay hope. Historians whisper about hollow pennies filled with arsenic last gifts from desperate sweep masters, accidents that saved funeral costs. A knock rattles your door, time's impatient fist. You scrape the knife clean, watching soot cascade onto your empty plate, building tiny mountain ranges between crumbs. Norwegians once carved coal into fake chocolates for rich pranks. Society ladies biting into gritty darkness, sharp laughter ringing through parlors. Boots echo down your hallway, another soul reporting for daily damnation. You lick the blade, stupid, immediately spitting black saliva into your hand, rough tongue scraping teeth. Antiquated medical journals recommended soot poultices for burns. Layer pain upon pain, the cure worse than the chimney. Light slants across the table. The dust glows now like cursed glitter mockery in mineral form. You pocket the knife, useless except as witness to your slow vanishing. 500 sweeps died smothered in shafts last year. Official count, real number etched in hidden graves. Another cough rips from your chest. Black confetti dances in the sunbeam. A celebration nobody wanted. Schoolboys dared each other to hold breathfuls of chimney ash, collapsing blue-faced into fits. Gasping victors paid in cough drops. Your ribs ache from yesterday's constriction. Thin walls pressing closer each morning. Door slams below your cue to move. Stomach churns its meager offering, ash broth bubbling in acid seas. One last swipe of your sleeve across the table, erasing evidence of this meal, this silent surrender. The knife clatters into the drawer, hidden like every truth you bury before facing daylight. Sun climbs higher, cheap clock on the wall ticks like a dying heartbeat. You press your palm to greasy wood, coffee-ringed surface imitating life's tree rings. Hunger artists starved for crowds in glass boxes. Your starvation happens quietly observed only by cockroaches and peeling wallpaper. Your shadow stretches toward the door, knife thin and smudged at the edges, wearing cold dust like morning lace. Breakfast settles a stone in a barren field, wait without nourishment. Step now, day calls, blade wiped clean, heart still filthy with yesterday's soot. High voices slice through the afternoon haze, girls skipping chants, bouncing off cobblestones like rubber balls. You freeze mid-step, soot-dusted lashes blinking against the sudden assault of joy. 19th century schoolyards echoed with rhymes about plagues and politics. Little tongues shaping grown-up fears into playground meters. Your throat tightens, counting the children. 7, perhaps 8, all fluttering pinafores and scabbed knees. One girl pivots, red ribbons whipping through her braids, feet slapping little Sally Waters against the stones. Historians still argue whether jump rope tunes encoded resistance messages, mocked the crown between innocent syllables. But these girls seem blissfully unaware. Their rhyme shifts, oranges and lemons. The bells of St. Clement's chime clear in their shrill trebles. Your lips move, an old habit, echoing the final line under your breath. Here comes a chopper to chop off your head. Oh, you bite your tongue tasting coal grit. A memory surges your sister's thin voice, teaching you that verse before the mines swallowed your father. 5 black sparrows scatter overhead, their wings beating like frantic nursery claps. 19th century kids stuffed coal bits in doll mattresses, pretended the lumps were goose-down pillows for miniature gentry. Another useless tidbit clutched like a penny. Your left boot grinds a pebble, push forward. Don't linger, gawkers attract constables. The tallest girl stumbles, her giggle sharp as shattered glass. You flinch, hands instinctively checking your tool basket, still latched, no broken bones. Then, parents aren't here to blame your filth for bad luck. Boys once pinched chimney sweeps brushes, rubbed the bristles for good exam luck, until their mothers scolded them for tar-stained cuffs. The game resumes, their song morphing into ring a ring o' roses, innocent massacre to dancing feet. Your pace quickens, boots scuffing against the deceptive cheer. A flat stone catches your toe. Kick it, watch it skip 3 times, land near a drained horse trough. Did you hum 3 notes just now, unthinking, zombie lips parting for that hateful tune? Soot coats your inner cheeks. Paintbrushes couldn't mimic this grime, yet melodies claw upward. Rural midwives swore coal ash in tea prevented stillbirths, sold the lie in brown paper twists, dangerous comfort. The school bell clangs, iron doom cutting short their dance. Children scatter, pigtails whipping around corners, pounding footsteps, fading like faulty memory. You're alone again, just the wind rifling through discarded sweet wrappers, lemon drop yellow against gutter mud. Street singers earned extra coins, altering lyrics, changed God, save the Queen to rhymes about bread riots. Lucky nightingale, tongues never slit. A scrap of paper flutters near your boot, child's spelling sheet. The word chimney, misspelled with 2 M's. You crush it under heel, extra M for muteness, for mouths that won't scream during brush jams. Historians trace London Bridge lyrics to Viking attacks, frost giants disguised as nursery terrors. The past loves dressing horror in sing-song. Your basket creaks, shouldering its eternal harvest of black. Shadows lengthen, gas lamps wheeze awake, their glow pooling like fake gold on wet stones. One high window remains lit, teacher's silhouette moving behind frosted glass, erasing yesterday's sums from the slate. You count her movements, 7 sweeps of the rag, 8. She pauses, rubs her temples. Teachers chewed charcoal sticks to brighten teeth, smiled coal-grim smiles at inspectors. Another survival trick. Your traitorous voice escapes. 2 notes this time. Something from a cider advert ditty, vibrating your windpipe. Choke it. Cough. Black phlegm spattered on the pavement. Better than music. A wagon rattles past, its driver whistling Greensleeves off-key. He doesn't cover his mouth when cold dust swirls. You turn down the alley, wall presses cold against your shoulder, gulping air not shared with laughing children. The knife sits heavy in your pocket, reminder of morning, reminder of other blades. Silence. Then, Far off, a final voice trills. Step on a crack, break your mother's back. 12 cobbles ahead show fissures, wider than knife blades, wider than freedom. You step carefully, once, twice, counting each fracture in the stones. 10, 12, 18, 23, 31. The school lane disappears behind you, its haunting purity swallowed by butcher shops and pawnbrokers. Your fist unclenches, dirt crescents dug into your palm, 14 moons of restraint. One more street, till home gutter streaming with something oily, reflecting squashed stars. Your tongue probes a loose molar, left side, bitten down during that first hum. An organ grinder's monkey chitters from a doorway, sickly creature in a miniature waistcoat, holding out its cup. No coins left, just crumbs in your pocket lining, fairy powder mocking. You walk. Bell towers argue over the hour 5. No 6, time itself, can't agree today. Boots scrape, worn soles whisper against stones, 24 steps, till the stairwell, key already in hand, its teeth promising sanctuary. No singing now, mouth shut, soul quieter than church mice. Almost there. Almost, but not quite. The key finally clicks, that reluctant groan of brass yielding to iron. Door swings, revealing your kingdom of damp plaster and mouse scratch hymns. Wooden basin waits, patient executioner, its lip already stained gray from last night's battle. You know the drill, twist the pump handle, let it shriek, until water splutters into the bucket. 19 pumps, always 19, some mystical number your landlord insists, prevents pipe freeze. Bleach bottle leers from the windowsill, white skull grinning through grimy glass. They used lye soap back then, caustic enough to peel skin. Wives swore it purified the soul through suffering. You plunge raw hands into the water. Ice shock steals your breath. First, scrub nail, brush bristles bite, broken cuticles. Pink blooms in the murk. 5 strokes, 10 count each swipe, like prison days chiseled on stone. Your right knuckle splits. A crimson thread swirls, dissolves into gray soup. Quacksalver's peddled lavender oil, promised chimney sweeps gentle cleansing. But only harshness touches this grime. Tears prickle not from pain, the bleach fumes ambushing your sinuses. Bend lower forehead, almost kissing the water's surface, arms submerged to the elbow. Shoulders burn, each tendon screaming deeper. Historians still debate whether coal dust or sweat blinded more boys. That acrid cocktail eating corneas during climbs. The brush rasps your wrist, 5 more circles, skin flushes beach red, anger made visible. You spy your warped reflection, face smeared, a Francis Bacon painting, dipped in ash, a joke too avant-garde for this alley. Rotate hands, palms up, scrub, where chimney bricks clawed you raw. 14 years, calluses, should have formed some biological armor. Yet you rewound yourself nightly. Folklore claims, sweeps hid coins in soap, dug them out later. Clever savings plan, foiled only by slippery fingers. Tonight, just coal grit under nails, inky crescent moons mocking manicured lords. The water darkens, swirls hypnotic, temporary galaxy, born in a tin basin. Flump a wash rag into this galaxy, cold slap against collarbones. You hiss lungful of air, stalling between ribs, evening chill versus chemical burn. Rags were assets, sweeps carried spares. A single lost cloth meant docking wages. Scour neck creases, joyless exfoliation, your Adam's apple bobbing like a hooked fish. Residue clings behind ears, stubborn last traces of today's climb screaming, not yet. Stripped to waist, pale torso, a shock against soot-stained arms, two-tone tragicomic. One droplet escapes, bleach years etching crooked tributaries across your chest, future scars, mapping rivers never sailed. Victorian dandies paid you to rub their door knockers, believed sweeps touch warded off rust, your fingers sacred carcinogens, shoulder blades sting bruise from today's slip, skin scraped raw against Queen Anne's chimney flue. Pour another cupful, watch it sheet across your back waterfall over quarry rocks, rag swoops digging into spine's valley, angry pressure, releasing none of the anger. Some sweeps used sand, scoured skin granite smooth, human marbles in a whiskey glass. Your rinse water rivals, Thames sludge, black dilution. Proof the city lives inside you, now feet submerged, boots abandoned like exhausted hounds. Toenails blackened, permanent mourning. Even boiling water can't lift certain curses. 5 scrubs, 10 arch throb, electric pain, shooting up to molars. Satirical pamphlets claimed sweeps, slept upside down, bat logic. Let soot drain overnight. Left heel cracks, fissure deeper than sensible bleach finds it, promising cleanliness through torture. A sudden snort laugh escapes you, madness or exhaustion. This what beauty feels like. Final dunk, whole head, submerged, eyes squeezed gods, the cold ears roaring cotton-wrapped silence. 12 seconds, breath held world, muffled your personal baptism, minus salvation. Surfacing, gasps clawing back reality, water sluicing off chin, droplets fleeing the crime scene, basin tipped gray, ooze gurgling down the drain, stubborn streaks left behind. Your hands hover ghost pale now, knuckles webbed, with crimson bones, trembling inside flesh gloves. 5 raw digits flex, tested, brutalized, still obedient, clean enough. Your hands hover ghost pale now, knuckles webbed with crimson, bones trembling inside flesh gloves. 5 raw digits flex, tested, brutalized, still obedient, clean enough. Then it comes, the sound that splits every evening, 10 hammer blows from St. Dunstan's tower. Gong, you count the first quake, rattling your sternum. 2 street dogs howl back at the bronze giant. 3 window panes hum like beehive glass. By 6 your teeth ache, jaw clenched against thunder, made by human hands. Historians call it a marvel, cast in 1789. Its bell weighs 8 tons of Elizabethan church cannons melted down. 9 iron tongue, licking the night's silence raw. 10 hunger yawns awake inside you, a living thing with teeth of its own. Too late again, Rooker's workshop demanded sweeps by 9:30. Feed docked, another copper vanished, 26 now hiding under the floorboard. 26 whispers of a future you can't afford. You imagine the master's ledger, flickering candlelight, gnarled hand, subtracting your mouthful of soup. Timekeeping was religion. Then factory whistles, screaming louder than church bells. Clocks colonizing human pulses. One joke for the saints. What's the difference between a clock tower and a taskmaster? The tower stops striking eventually. A shiver creeps up your spine, not from cold, the dread of tomorrow's climb already nesting in your muscles. Stomach growls sharp as a rusty hinge. You press a palm to its hollow theater. No encore tonight. Bakers padlock ovens after 9. Even moldy crusts sit guarded behind iron lattices. Rumors claimed sweeps swallowed pocket sundials, told time by gut twists. Absurdity sold to tourists for spare pennies. You'd trade all your coppers for a meal that throbs slower, a heartbeat not timed by tolling bells. Historians still argue whether precise clocks freed workers or chained them tighter, whips of minute hands instead of leather. Your ribs hold the answer, bruised from each chime's aftershock. Leather boots resist your feet, stiff sentinels against the return journey. Laces snap fingers too stiff for knots, so you tuck the ends like broken promises. Downstairs, the widow's cat hisses at your shadow, green eyes accusing you of disturbing the peace. Its tail flicks toward the moon, your personal sundial of shame. Street lamps gutter whale oil, running low, town council, skimping again. Shadows stretch, alley cats become dragons in this dying light, your footsteps too loud against the cobbles. One half-rotten apple rolls from a gutter, tempting as a jeweler's display. Forbidden feast your gut screams to risk, but poisoned apples aren't just fairy tales. Horses drop dead chewing gutter fruit. You've seen their bloated bellies by the tannery. You sprint past the cadaverous marketplace, shuttered stalls stacked like coffins, homeward past St. Dunstan's Square, the tower lordly under cold stars. Its face glows faintly moonlit numerals, a cruel reminder. 11 missed suppers, 11 copper ghosts, tomorrow's dawn already owed to the climb. Key scrapes your lock, neighbor's baby wails through thin walls. 27 steps to bed each one, echoing the tower's verdict, late, late, late. Blanket thin as a rich man's mercy, you curl tight, stomach gnawing its own walls for supper. Hunger tightens, clever fists inside you squeezing till breath comes shallow. The clock forgets nothing. Note, Section 27. As requested, historical note, weaving pre-industrial timekeeping's impact on laborers. Mainstream. Sundial swallowing folklore, quirky. And embedded debate, prompt on clock technology's duality per specs, while maintaining strict formatting rules. Your pulse pounds in your ears, boots heavy on the worn stairs, down toward the butcher of a master. Hat brim crushed between burned knuckle hands, felt wool gray as guilt. 6 weeks, the door's oak scarred by every knock since 1832, rebuilt after the workhouse riots. Historians note They burned 3 floors, not one overseer injured. Morning light streaks the hallway, flecks of dust swirl in its path, golden motes laughing at your dread, lavender oil wafts beneath the door. Masters attempt to mask the stench of mold. You've heard the maids whisper about arsenic experiments, cures for rats chewing his precious ledgers. Quack doctors sold bottles of that poison, calling it inheritance powder by the pint last century. Fist lifts, hesitates over knotted timber that towers like a gibbet, wood grain deep as coal dust, dug in grooves tracing the path of fingernails. Historians still argue whether workhouse masters were tyrants or victims of parish budget strangling. But your empty belly knows the truth. Knuckles strike 1, 2, 3, each rap echoing through hollow halls. Silence answers, the kind that tightens a noose strand by strand. Second knock harsher, eager to sear your skin off quicker. A voice rasps, enter if you value the digits on your hands. Hinges shriek, door opens onto the beast's den, leather-bound books choking every shelf. Master Elliot hunches at his desk, quill scratching across labor contracts, inkwell bubbling like tar, top hat perched behind him, dented chimney pot shape, beckoning in dead factory silences. You wait, cough politely, childish fear rising like bile. Late again. His gaze never leaves the papers, spectacles flashing like ice shards. 12 chimes yesterday. I counted each one, missed cleaning's stain reputation. St. Paul's scalers beg for scraps of my contracts. Chimney soot itches beneath your collar, phantom grime from yesterday's climb. Candlesticks flank his desk, beeswax imported from Havana, a fortune melting onto brass. You bury fists in your coat, bury thieving thoughts, bury the fact he owes 8 weeks' pay. Illness, sir, the spasms. The only spasms I care of are flames in a client's hearth. Finally, he looks up, eyes like drowned pebbles. Mrs. Kensington rang, 2 birds dead in her flue, smoke choked her parlor. I fed her your pay. A ledger slams open, finger jabs at crossed out sums, your name bleeding red to page bottom. 3 shillings, 6 pence, 12 farthings, all vanished inside master's clerical corrections. You shift weight, floorboard squeaking, the house rhythm hissing betrayal. Years back, scullery lads swore he dined on lark, tongues purchased with docked wages. Folk tales, likely, though his breath smells sour as week old blood sausage. His smile comes slow, a knife drawn across wax paper. Undeterred, I offer vacancy in the Fleet Chimney crew. 5 church spires, undersized flues, spring cleaning, paid in lodgings. Prison dressed as charity church boys die fastest, bodies wedged in bends. Generous, sir, but I've the rent. Paid with labor, like any decent Christian. He stands leaning on an ivory cane, suspiciously rhino horn-shaped. Queen Charlotte had one carved by thieves, rescued from privateers, rubbish peddled in alley gamblers. Fetch your rope scrapers to my wagon by 9 bells. Or shall I send a constable for wage fraud? Hat crumples tighter, felt threads straining, One hard twist from shredding. You've seen his fraud, drowning boys in tight chimneys, pocketing membership fees from the burial club. Sir, the Kensington job, my tools perished there. Tools perish, men adapt. His cane thuds the carpet, dead earthworm between the threads. Unless you prefer the coal barge runs 18-hour hauls from Newcastle. Historians adore chronicling those frozen corpses, very picturesque. Outside, a fruit seller shouts prices, apples bright as arterial spray. Your throat aches, a fist-sized knot of protest swallowed back down. 26 copper ghosts under the floorboards, whispering run, run, run. Instead, you nod, hat pulled low, a visor against his glare. 9 bells. He purrs, resuming his seat, quill dancing over fresh condemnation. Tardy, and I sign you over to the brick kilns. Fine replacements there for blackened sweep lads. Door shuts itself, hinges ghost silent, now oak, swallowing every echo. Hallway air feels thin, vacant, soundless, except for 3 numb heartbeats. The twist comes later, one piece of spite buried on floor 5. Master's ledger lies tucked inside your coat, ink smudging the lining, a future bargaining plea. Soiled hands dive into bristled brushes, sand sacks, hemp rope coiled tight. Sun slices through grime-crusted windows, carving light between certainty and ruin. 5 steps down 8, 12, key scraping your palm as you lock away freedom. Wagon waits, black horse snorting steam, while others load their iron chains. Your foot touches the running board, bones humming with the weight of a choice. Clock chimes 8. The whip cracks, wagon lurches, cobbles clattering like a box of teeth. You glance back, the house shrinking to a doll's prison, master's window glowing with cruel sun. Across the street, a sweep boy with broken teeth gives the subtlest thumbs down. Fleet job recruit, possessed eyes black rime beneath his nails. Fields blur, London choking itself as your bucket rattles with stolen hope. 8 hours, till dark, 8 hours, till the floorboard whispers revealing. Or the kilns, if Eliot checks for truth beneath the lies. Leather reins snap, wheels chewing gravel, throat bitter with swallowed revolutions. The wind makes a mockery of freedom, ripping through your hair cold as a dead jailer's whisper. Tomorrow, you'll weigh every lie like chimney soot, 1 grain against survival's scale. But today, rope cuts your shoulder, the master's grin etched behind your eyes, ice on a pauper's grave. Engine smoke stains the horizon, your lungs already filling with the future. The broth trembles, steam long gone, grease rings congealing like lost halos in your bowl. 5 pointless stirs, wooden spoons scraping earthenware, unearthing no hidden treasures beneath. Few carrot slivers, 6 floating like orange corpses in a murky Thames. Remember those workhouse gruel reports. 19th century inspectors documented starvation soup, 2 ounces of meal per gallon. Your version wins no prizes, saltless, gray, barely thick enough to drown an ant. Hollow victory eats its own tail. You saved the bread heel from breakfast. Stale crust perch now balanced on the cracked windowsill, tempting fate or street vermin. Earlier, you watched a raven peck half-heartedly at it, then scorn your offering. Even birds know poverty's gifts carry hooks. Across the room, pump handle trembles, a single drip falling onto stone. 5 counts between drips, an erratic clock for this skeletal feast. You sip warmthless liquid, barely touching thirst, tongue recoiling at its papery aftertaste. The only spice here, regret, sprinkled liberally over every swallow. Not proper bread, this loaf had more sawdust than wheat baker's sin of 1848. False weight, false hope, shared ale among millers during grain riots. One tavern claimed their crusts could blunt knives, bare joke material when chewing. You tear a fingernail trying to scrape blackened crumbs from the table. 4 attempts, 5, 6. The wood swallowing fragments like payment owed. Historians still argue whether slum dwellers preferred hunger to the indignities of charity soup kitchens. Your stomach snarls, a feral cat scratching beneath your ribs, siding with survival. You tip the bowl, let the last cold dregs coat your throat. No better than dishwater, but you've swallowed worse for thinner promises. A floorboard creaks, ghostly echo of coin-counting hours past. 27 coppers, now 26, spent on this insult of a supper. Shopkeep grinned, knowing look, as she gave you yesterday's leavings for half price. Her apron smelled of rosewater, lying with every clink of your coins. Moonlight slants through the window, cutting your shadow into prison bar stripes. Broth bowl reflects your face, rippled and warped like a specter from a bad novel. You flick the spoon, watch it clatter, acting between hardship scenes in this play. Tenement, humor, whole thing, feels like some dire, penny dreadful plot. Quirky fact floats up, unbidden from last summer's drunkard lecture. Victorian servants ate in stairwells or coal cellars to avoid offending master's eyes. Your one-room kingdom lacks even that glamour, just 4 walls judging your meal. Knuckles white around the crust, a standoff between hunger and pride's raw edge. Save it for morning or devour it now like a beast. Either choice tastes like surrender. Across the alley, a child wails, mother shushing with promises of bread tomorrow. You know that song, its verses in every tenement key, refrain sticky with empty vows. Your teeth sink into the heel, stale resistance, crumbling, sawdust grit between molars. Chewing echo chamber, jaw working like a rusty hinge, tongue parched for moisture, not worth the penny nor the phantom dignity. But the gnawing quiets momentarily. 14 chews, 15 a grim penance for swallowing false hope. The raven returns hops along the sill, eyeing your meal's sad remains. Beak taps glass, black eyes mocking, as if recalling better feasts elsewhere. Piss off, Dickens, you mutter, a weak stab at comedy no one hears. Even punchlines starve in this room. Floor dips creaks as you rise, boots scuffing toward water pump purgatory. 7 squeaking steps, last refuge after culinary disappointments. Iron handle chills your palm, 4 vicious pumps unleash a brown trickle. You drink cold grit between teeth, pretending it's wine from some mythical cellar. Through the wall, neighbors argue his shouts, muffled her sobs, piercing the plaster. Older story than time, poverty grinding love into dust beneath its heel. You cradle the saved crust, final relic of today's hollow feast, as moonlight fades. Choices whisper rats, or regret, or the frail dream of morning energy. Beneath cracked floorboards your copper hoard exiles a faint, metallic breath. Tomorrow's hunger already sharpening its blades, waiting patient as a gravedigger. You place the crust back on the sill, offering tonight to vermin, to what wastes less. Sleep comes clawing, dragging you toward thin mattress oblivion, while supper's ghosts dance in your veins. The raven caws once, taking flight, as your eyes shudder against tomorrow's debt. One greasy fingerprint glows on the bowl's rim, last proof of this meal. You lick it clean, salt and resignation, before blowing out the dying candle. The needle stabs cloth again, your thumb already blooming a ruby bead. Socks spread across your knee, more patch than original wool, an atlas of desperate repairs. 5 holes tonight, 2 at heel, 3 at toe, map of relentless walking. Threadbare as promises, these rags saw the coronation, crumb-thin legacy of Victoria's reign. You dip needle in candlelight, waxed thread, resisting like stubborn memory. 17 stitches gnarl the first hole, each tug a petty betrayal of skin. Blood smears gray fabric, copper tang mixing with coal, dust still under nails. 9 years since new socks, since feet weren't weapons against cobblestones. Recalling that costermonger's joke, real sweep's socks could strain tea, filter gin. Grim humor now ashes in your mouth. Moonlight bleeds through the window, bad omen for mending, according to washerwomen's lore. Stitch by night, rip by morning. Superstition muttered over shared trough scrubbing. Your needle ignores old wives' plunges, draws thread, an automaton fueled by necessity. Historians still squabble whether sweeps worked barefoot in summer to save leather or feel cooler. You know truth clings like soot in lungs. Boots cost 6 days' wages when soles split. Thread snaps, 8th time. Frayed ends mocking your shaky hands. Needle lost momentarily, found burrowed in thigh like silver splinter. 80 stitches tonight. 100. Time unravels faster than you can bind it. Candle gutters, wax puddling amidst breadcrumbs on the table. Each flicker stretches shadow, stitches into grotesque spider legs across the wall. You hiss, sewing too deep, pricking the scar from last week's flue scrape. One more patch, you lie aloud, voice startling a mouse beneath the stove. It flees, wisdom embodied, abandoning this losing battle against entropy. Fingers bleed freely, now 3 wounds, tiny mouths cursing the thread. Crimson beads soak into wool, baptizing tomorrow's blisters before they form. Blood as mending wax, folk trick, whispered between coughing sweeps at crossroad meetings. The final hole yawns a canyon compared to others, thread too short to bridge it. You knot it anyway, contortionist fingers, tying what integrity remains. 9 patches, 8 thread colors, 1 Frankenstein funeral shroud for feet. Across the alley, a clock chimes 1, echoes, shattering your fugue of stitches. Dawn's wolves already howling in your marrow. 5 hours till the climb calls. You flex your toes through fresh darned gaps, skin rasping like mice in plaster. Blisters kiss, wool old lovers greeting each other with familiar pain. Floorboard creaks as you stand test the handiwork, sole slipping on grit. 3 steps toward pallet, 4, 5th, halted by thread snapping under pressure. Cold laughs rattle your ribs, punishment for trusting worn things to hold. Barefoot now, stone biting arches, abandoned sock crumpled like a dead moth. Candle dies, spitting final smoke as you crawl toward thin mattress salvation. Stitches unravel in the dark, unseen, an allegory for tomorrow's resolve bleeding out. Sleep drags you under needles still glinting on the floor, a silver fang in shadows. Dreams coil like soot snakes, whispering of chimneys waiting, always waiting to swallow you whole. The ache in your hands softens, fingers uncurling like petals after frost. No more needles, no more thread. That crimson bead on your thumb fades, washed away by each slow breath. Out and deeper out, wool scratches fade, blisters cooling, as if moonlight pours milk over your battered feet. Soot dust dissolves from your skin, each grain rising like a tiny ghost, leaving only the smell of rain-washed stones. Wicks of candles long dead, their smoke now just a memory in rafters, threadbare as those socks, as the click, click, click of a loosened shutter outside. Even shadows lose their teeth tonight, melting into the corners, taking the chimney's hunger with them. Bricks hold their breath, alleyways humming lullabies heard only through cracks in plaster. Your ribs sink, down, down, feather-soft heaviness pulling you under black velvet tides. Coal dust dreams know only this, silent and starless and thick as August fog. Someone's clock chimes far off, but the sound stretches, drips, shatters into nothing against your pillow. 3 breaths left, 2, 1. Let the stitches unravel. Love, the mending can wait for sunrise. Your pockets empty, back flat, palms upturned, like a child who's given up collecting scars. Floors stop creaking, windows stop judging. Night air heavy enough to hold your bones together. Tomorrow's chimneys, gone, washed away like chalk drawings in a storm, leaving only this, cool, dark stillness. No need to climb, no need to grasp, no one to be but this. A shape beneath a thin blanket, breathing, breathing, breath. Starless, black, soft, sleep. The final whisper fades, a released sigh, no words, only vocal fry and fading resonance.